Test, one, two, three. This conference will now be recorded.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank God it's Friday and it's budget review. We've all been working diligently. Again, thank you. I don't know if there's anybody online, but welcome if you are. Before we get started, I want to make some acknowledgments. The city departments, library, Barbara Thompson, fire department, Kurt Mays, our fire marshal, Stephen Harvey, public works, David Rogers, water, sewer, and parks, James Tucker, building services, Michael Thefford, finance and accounting, Marcy Lamb, planning, zoning department, and EDC, Moore Schwenke, engineering, Mike Anderson, information technology, it's Katie Potts, James Tucker, and Stephen Hart. Municipal courts, Katie Potts, legal, Jeremy Page, secretary, our city secretary, Shannon Montgomery, and special events coordinator and administrative assistant, Katrina White. To the city staff, I just want to thank you so very much for all your efforts, your input, and the outstanding results. We have the best staff in Haslett, Texas. Well, in Texas. It doesn't say Haslett, it says Texas. I'm taking them. And I know that for a fact. Boards and commissions, Planning and Zoning Commission chaired by Greg Kadesh. Capital Improvements Committee, also chaired by Greg Kadesh. Parks and Recreation Board chaired by Sarah Nimbu. The Library Board chaired by Candy Litica. To the Haslett boards and commissions, thank you for your continued guidance and service to our city. You perform such an important role. You are our gatekeepers and our visionaries. To our Haslett Economic Development Corporation, EDC Type A, chaired by Stuart Shirey. EDC Type B, acting chair is Vice President Kathleen Golden. To our Economic Development Corporations Type A and B, thank you for your service. EDC A and EDC B, you have faithfully provided those additional funds to enhance Haslett's community facilities and economic well-being. Thank you very much. And to our Haslett governing body. Place 1, Councilmember Doug Hort. Place 2, Councilmember Kerry Ricketts. Place 3, Councilmember Marilyn Broyles, Mayor Pro Tem. Place 4, Councilmember Hector Nahira. Place 5, Councilmember Tanya Marr. To our Haslett City Council, thank you. You represent the people and bring their concerns and needs to the table. You review and assess our requests. You are our legislators and approvers of all our business. Thank you for your dedication. And to the citizens of Haslett, to our citizens, thank you so very much. You make all this possible. It is you who are the fabric of our community. You volunteer to serve on our city boards and commissions. You serve local organizations. You serve and help each other. It is you who fund all we do, and you trust us, the elected officials, to be good stewards of your tax monies and the care of our city. Thank you for your trust and support. State of the city, we've been challenged and we have a plan. We have available resources and a path forward to address growth, improve city services, and improve our quality of life. Key to developing this plan has been acknowledging that growth is here and now, understanding that growth affects all aspects of our city, identifying the specific needs to accommodate the growth, prioritizing the identified needs, paying attention to citizens' concerns and expectations, acquiring city staff's consistent input to carry out their responsibilities, and determining the financial support required to execute these plans. We have a plan for decreasing traffic congestion, increasing thoroughfare and pedestrian safety, improving the quality of the city's appearance, expanding our city services, providing adequate public facilities, and revenue to support the growth of Paso, Texas. Accomplishments. Many aspects of this plan have already been put into action during the fiscal year 21-22 budget year. To date, major accomplishments have been in thoroughfares, staffing, and governance. Here it is. Oh, no, this goes right into thoroughfares, and I know I couldn't get anywhere if I didn't say what is on everybody's mind. FM 156. Many of you remember this. There was a town hall meeting. Over 650 signatures. A petition was submitted to TxDOT, and December 23rd, as I believe it was. Every time they see me, or I call them, I don't have to say anything. They understand and they know why. And I know I have been asked, well, nothing's happened yet. There's been plenty happening behind the scenes. And also with pursuit of Paso Boulevard is we have to help plan or provide for alternate thoroughfares to help decrease that traffic and provide alternate routes and increase the throughput. And there are 3 projects that I'll want to review here that have been doing just that. And what we're doing is taking away any reason from anybody to say no to this. One of the key things that will have to happen in the future to solve much of the problem. I don't know if you've heard of the Texas Freight Corridor route. And when a trucker, they're hauling goods, services, especially the 18-wheelers, are looking for a route to a destination, they look at this Texas Freight Corridor map. And if you'll notice on this map, from 114 all the way down to 287 is designated as the Texas Freight Corridor. And it happens to be the primary north-south route, through this part of North Texas, Tarrant County. Excuse me.
This conference will now be recorded.
I got to start over?
No, you're good. It's just the streaming stuff.
All right. Is after the projects are implemented and open to traffic, we can start focusing on 156. Also is this section right here, key to our success, will be an effort to de-designate this section of 156 from Westport Parkway to 287 to de-designate that as the Texas Freight Corridor. Then they would no longer well, less of them would be taking that route. One of the first projects I want to review in providing throughput these thoroughfare projects. First one is, let me go through the slide here. There's 3 projects on here. One is what we call the L Accelerated Construction Project. It is due to open March 31st, 2023. That's 8 months from now. The next one is the BNSF Bridge Project. Construction start is approximately July 2024. And that provides bridge over the BNSF tracks. Then one that we are working on right now and will soon have in place is the Keller-Hassett Road extension. This is important right here. Folks out of Sendera, and then also Burlington Northern Santa Fe employees come and go, as well as their heavy equipment. This is their only route out of here. It's right through the middle of Old Town. And I hear them all day long and at night. It is it's quite a deal. It's not very conducive to our Old Town neighborhood. In fact, it's been somewhat detrimental to the development of it. Nonetheless, this project right here will provide all that through traffic, all the commuter traffic, all that industrial traffic out of Burlington to and from Burlington Northern, a direct route to 156, and less than a quarter mile north, they can hop on intermodal and have a straight shot to I-35 or 170. This will greatly improve our throughput. But first, let's go to the bridge. Avondale-Haslett Bridge over BNSF tracks. Conversation about the immediate need for a bridge over BNSF railroad tracks on Avondale-Haslett Road, just east of Haslett city limits, began October 2021. There was supposed to be a bridge built, but after 5 months sitting in the mayor's office, I didn't hear a word, and so I started inquiring. It had been called off. But I reinstated the fact we need that bridge and we need it now. Thank you very much. On April 14th, this was a slide from that meeting, which we held over here at La Terra Kitchen. It was a stakeholders meeting organized by State Representative Matt Krause and hosted by Mayor Hulsey. North Central Texas Council of Government Transportation Director Michael Morse agreed to fully fund the bridge. It must be mentioned that BNSF, who had a vice president at that meeting, voluntarily pledged $1.5 million. It's a $16 million project in whole. The bridge construction will begin shortly after the completion of Hassett Parkway, which is scheduled for July 2024. About 2 more years. This next project, which will have a very significant relief on Haslett. It's the early opening of Hassett Parkway in intermodal. It's called the L. Realizing that Hassett Parkway would not be open to traffic until completion of July 2024, we proposed accelerating the construction of Hassett Parkway from I-35 to Intermodal Parkway and Intermodal Parkway to Tradewind Drive, thereby providing a direct and preferable route to the warehousing area in North Haslett for the logistics drivers and warehouse workers. This proposal was well received and resulted in a public-private partnership to fund the cost of acceleration construction. This public-private partnership includes Hillwood Development Company, Mr. Russell Laughlin, Stream Realty Partners, Mr. Grayson Hughes, Tarrant County Precinct 3, Commissioner Gary Fickus, and North Central Texas Council of Governments, Mr. Michael Morris. TxDOT's Mr. Ricardo Gonzalez, Director of Transportation, Planning, and Development, provided guidance and facilitation. Zachary Construction Corporation provided options conducive to the project objective. I need to thank them all, and this is all at zero cost to Haslett, as well as that bridge. Our next project, this is the extension of Keller-Hassett Road to FM 156. This is a 1.5 mile east-west road construction project in North Haslett that will provide direct access to FM 156 for Sendera Ranch commuters and BNSF industrial traffic that currently pass through Old Town on Main Street. This project will relieve Old Town of pass-through traffic and restore the charm of our Old Town neighborhood. Again, this is another public-private partnership providing project funds from developers, the Tarrant County Transportation Bond Program, and the City of Fort Worth. Construction is expected to start this December and open to traffic the second week of April. It's about a 70-day construction project. We're excited, and I got to thank Mr. Rogers, who's been key in communication, and the two you know. I'm moving on to speak on our staff. As with any other organization, our employees are our most important resource. Through our department directors and their staff, the city work is accomplished and the citizens of Haslett are served. I have endeavored to facilitate each department's needs and actively solicit their input to affect efficiency, productivity, higher quality work product, and higher morale. Staff accomplishment. Staff inclusion. An environment of inclusion has been established by actively soliciting the input from all directors and ask any of them. I have about 15 questions a day for every one of them. Leadership meetings. Instituted weekly leadership meetings for improved communication. At the beginning of each work week, the directors of each department meet collectively to report each department's upcoming topics for the week. It is recognized that the business of one department easily affects other departments. Realign departments to acknowledge the areas of expertise and empower the leaders of each department, such as Public Works is now a department in and of itself, with David Rogers being its director, overseeing water, sewer, roads, signals, signs, parks, and facility maintenance. Building Services is now a department in and of itself, with Michael Thetford being city building official, overseeing permitting, plan review, building inspections, and code enforcement. Planning and Zoning and Economic Development is now combined and a department in and of itself, with Mr. Morris Schwanke being its coordinator, overseeing planning, zoning, and economic development. Information and technology. And if you have not met Isaac Ellerson, our IT specialist, the first ever in Haslett, Texas, and doing a fine job. Thank you. Information Technology Committee. This is unique. I got to thinking about who would be that IT head, you know. And there wasn't one particular person because we have 3 primary areas that each have their own unique requirements. So it dawned on me, and I discussed it with them. This committee is composed of Katie Potts, Stephen Harvey, and James Tucker. Each committee member is tech savvy and represents the various departments' needs within our municipal organization. Katie Potts represents administration. Stephen Harvey, fire and EMS. James Tucker, public works. Each of these departments have unique IT requirements as well as common requirements which must be kept current. As a committee, Katie, Stephen, and James address and plan our IT needs and make recommendations to the mayor. It is this committee that recommended the establishment of an IT department and hiring our first full-time IT staff member. They interviewed subsequent candidates and made recommendation to the mayor for the new hire, IT specialist, Luke Sellerson. And they did a fine job. This is another job well done, yet one of many examples of empowering our staff to bring solutions to the table to meet our city. We empowered and engaged the Design Review Committee, a committee composed of department heads to meet with clients proposing any new or revised development plans, review all of development applications and plan submittals, provide impact assessment of any development on our cities or our citizens' quality of life, assess and discuss the many development issues confronting the city of Haslett to include, but not limited to, highest and best use options for master land use, thoroughfare plans, water and sewer services, emergency response, parks and public facilities, all from the perspective of service and quality of life. City Council approved 12 new positions last year. Due to deficiency in staffing levels across many departments that has slowly occurred over a number of years, the City Council approved 8 new positions for the 21-22 fiscal year. Mid-year of 21-22 fiscal year, the City Council again approved an additional 4 positions. These 12 positions are Street Water Department crew, 2 positions. 1 is filled. All these unfilled positions are actively taking applications for those who apply. Parks crew, 2 positions. They're unfilled. Park crew leader, 1 position, unfilled. Building inspector, 1 position, unfilled. Or no, excuse me, it is filled. Code enforcement, 1 position, unfilled. Information technologies specialist, 1 position, and is filled. Thank you, Mr. Eric Elderson. Staff accounting, 1 position, remains unfilled. Public Works administrative assistant, 1 position, and it is filled. Administrative executive assistant, 1 position, and it is unfilled. Part-time librarian, 1 position, and it is filled. Of these 12 approved positions, 5 have been filled, and the remaining positions remain open until filled. Another accomplishment is new public works equipment and machinery to perform basic tasks of maintenance were acquired. After the council was presented with the age and inadequacy of the public works equipment and machinery required to maintain the city's parkland, water and sewer systems, and thoroughfares, the council approved acquisition of $820,000 various mower types, skid steer, accessories, and specialized vacuum truck for sewer line maintenance. Public works productivity improved 100% by simply eliminating the need of performing more equipment repair time than actual usage. Accounting has been improved by empowering Finance Director Marcy Lamb to assess and implement necessary changes to streamline accounting of assets, capital projects, and development-related activity. The accounting system has been modified to consolidate activities and accounts to reflect the responsibilities assigned in the staff reorganization. An example of this, of the many general IT-related accounts being moved from the individual departments to the IT department. This reduces duplication and provides a clear picture of the IT asset inventory. Software subscriptions and provides oversight of the city's third-party IT services. In addition, processes have been created and appropriate accounts have been added to properly record obligations under various developer agreements. This will ensure that new agreements will be communicated to the finance department for accurate accounting and reporting. The operational fiscal efficiency accomplishments will continue with the empowerment of our directors, employees, and consultants. The council, it's a new day. Governance and administration. Through citizen involvement and current city council's knowledge of the Texas state statutes, passage form of government has been restored to be consistent with the state's local government code. All ordinances related to establishing a city administrator were repealed, and thus recognizing the mayor's state statute mandated role as chief executive officer and budget officer for the city of Haslett, a municipal corporation. Challenges. The city's most predominant challenge is infrastructure and facilities. Infrastructure of water and sewer systems, improvements to accommodate our increasing population, all right. That's me, nothing else. Infrastructure of water and sewer systems and improvements to accommodate our increasing population. Thoroughfare improvements to provide for an urban population in the midst of a community with rural roads. Providing new facilities for an expanding city workforce, Public Works Department, Building Services Department, and our fire department. Identified capital needs over the next 10 years is $60 million, which is not a reasonable ask of our citizens. This must be addressed by way of prioritizing our needs, phasing the implementation of the highest priority needs, and fiscal planning to fund immediate priorities and future needs. Such planning will lead the way for years to come, enabling the city to meet its obligations. Solutions. First steps to any solution. Acknowledge the need. identify those needs, prioritizing the need, determining the cost of each need, assessing resources to fund the need, and determining revenue shortfalls, if any, as a function of time and priority. From this analysis, a fiscal plan, proposed budget for fiscal year 22-23 is submitted to the City Council for assessment, edit, and approval. This analysis began in November of 21. It was quickly realized that analysis of this nature required the ability to assess financial impact for years to come. Key to the analysis was the aggressive residential build-out schedules of current subdivisions. The population increase from the new housing units is the primary driver for infrastructure expansion and increased city personnel and facilities. The development of a financial forecasting model has been utilized to answer questions such as, will new home ad valorem revenue, less impact fee rebates and TERS payments, support the additional personnel and facility needs? Will net impact fees collected support the cost of required infrastructure? What future tax revenues are necessary to meet the city's growing needs? Is debt issuance needed to address the most immediate need? How will the financial decisions made today impact Haslett in the next 5 and 10 years? Cities and towns are not built overnight. Haslett, as an example, has been built on the guidance of its citizens and governing bodies year after year since its beginning as a settlement in the 1880s, then with its incorporation in 1961. Incoming governing bodies always inherit the decisions of previous governing bodies. This governing body has inherited the impact of rapid growth. We must respond. We are providing solutions based on analysis and planning, tempered with a clear as possible view of years to come. Haslett is a community of industrious and intelligent people. We identify our challenges, assess them, confront them, and meet these challenges head on with meaningful and deliberate action. There are many lessons to draw from recent history of Haslett governance. Several of the more important lessons from my vantage point are: all decisions, some more than others, affect all of Haslett's citizenry financially, impact our quality of life, and impact the character of Haslett. As with any other corporation, our city has a unique, optimal target point for growth. Missing that target has unexpected consequences. Associated revenues, expenses, and obligations inferred by contract agreement provisions must be assessed to determine city benefits prior to entertaining any project or agreement. Empowering citizens and our staff are critical. The perspective of different vantage points always reveals ideas, concerns, and needs not seen by one. The proposed budget, fiscal year 2022-2023 budget, being presented this afternoon, provides a plan to address the needs of our city this coming fiscal year, while also acknowledging and planning for future years. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Next up will be Marcy Lamb, who will give you just a recap of 2021-2022.
So just wanted to recap the 2021-2022 budget, some of the highlights and challenges that we had. I think there's a quote somewhere, the best of times and the worst of times, sometimes they happen at the same time. We had some challenges too. The theme for last year's budget was meeting Hazlett's needs, and that was established by Mayor Holsey. He definitely saw a need for additional personnel in a lot of areas, most particularly in Public Works. Public Works also had a dire need for new equipment. A lot of the equipment that they were using was just very old and beyond repair and held together sometimes with duct tape and bubble gum. And so we had a lot of emphasis on upgrading their equipment. The council did approve the 8 new positions, and most of those positions there was an emphasis again on Public Works. And although we've had many challenges in the hiring process, we are getting those positions filled. It's not a big secret. I think all over everyone's having trouble hiring, recruiting the right people, getting them to actually come and show up. It has been a challenge as well. But we are making great strides in filling those positions, and it has paid off in easing a lot of the workload and helping us get things back on track. Public Works was able to receive several mowers. They got a Bobcat excavator, a UTV, and on your agenda for Monday night, you're going to consider a lease for the sewer vac truck, which is one of the items identified for lease in the 2021-22 budget. So a lot of the equipments and capital items that were approved have been completed or purchased or are ordered and have a purchase order out there for them. Some of the projects that were identified to be funded from debt, as you know, we did not actually issue debt in 2021-2022. You had a couple of projects for White Lane, and those projects were actually able to be funded through the Transportation Sales Tax Fund, and those are, I believe, complete or almost complete. So that was a nice way to use those funds and get those neighborhood streets done. The other projects that were identified for debt, most of those involved the water and sewer department, and the 156 pump station being the most major of those projects. We have been able to work with our engineer and get those projects more fully vetted, more accurate estimates made, and more complete as far as what all the components of that project will be. Some of the outline items that we had budgeted, some SCADA systems and some other things actually are going to roll into that project. And although we didn't do it, it's online to be completed, and we have a good plan to have it completed. And as you will see later in the budget, we'll be recommending a debt issuance, and part of that debt issuance will be several water and sewer projects. The highlights for the year were we started out with a lot more money than we expected to start out with. Our beginning fund balance was about $1.3 million over what we had initially projected it would be. Once again, for the best of times, we are experiencing growth, and that does bring new revenue, although it does bring new challenges and more expenditures as well. Our revenues were over budget and over last year's actual. They were actually $3,141,000 over budget, and they were $470,827 over our actual in the prior year. Our current year expenditures were projected to be 0.43 over budget, so we've kept our expenditures in line. However, due to a lot of the addition of personnel and equipment, we are 21.2% over the actual for last year. In the budget for the 2021-2022 year, there was a contingency fund established, and that was the first time we'd ever established that contingency fund. If you remember, the council has approval for items coming out of that contingency fund, and at the current time, there's only been about $21,600 spent. So, although there was the foresight to have that set aside, it has not been exhausted, and so those funds are still available. Our ending surplus is projected to be 45% over budget, and that is mostly due to the increase in our sales taxes because of the construction, our permitting fees, and a lot of the inspection fees that go along with new development have contributed to that balance, as well as our low expenditures. Some of the challenges that we had with the general fund budget this year were because we had traditionally gone along with the city engineer and the city planner positions. The way we had budgeted was for those departments, rather than having a third party fill those roles. So one of our needs that is ongoing is we're working with both of those third parties, both Belchef and Bureau Veritas, to make sure that we're properly allocating those projects or engineering for those projects, or some of the work done on those projects to be correctly recorded either with a project so that those engineering fees can be capitalized with the project, or whether they do truly fall in the general fund or the water fund. So although we have managed to move things around in the budget to accommodate, and we've not drastically gone over our budget as a whole, we can better allocate those funds and make sure going forward that they are better allocated to where they need to go. Both Bureau Veritas and Belchef have worked with us to work on their billing to make sure that we're accurately capturing engineering in the capital projects so that it does not go forward and have a burden on the general fund. In the water and sewer departments, our revenues are projected to be 27% over budget, about $1,014,000. This is due to significant growth in our customer base, not due to a rate increase. And so once again, seeing that best of times and growth and new additional revenues in the water department. Our expenditures are projected to be only 1% over budgeted, and most of that cost is due to the additional meters that we have been required to put in the ground, once again due to the new construction. Fund balance for the water fund is projected to be a $396,000 increase over what was projected for 2021. Some, just not to belabor the highlights, but there were some highlights in our special revenue funds as well. The EDCs, both type A and B, went together to help us fund a $6.6 million project for the project 2025. The impact fee fund, a lot of those funds presented a challenge with, we had some developer agreements. We had to break out the fees for vines and watercress, and that took some money from those funds. You'll see in the current year budget, or the proposed budget, a new fund, Fund 24, that is set aside for those sewer fees on the vines and the watercress developments. That was a direct result of an agreement with the developer on those. So we did have a slight reduction in the balance of that fund. However, the fund balance for the impact fee fund is still projected to be about $3.5 million at the end of this year. Some of the accounting changes that the mayor mentioned in his state of address, a lot of the items that we had were consolidated. We have reinstated the Department of Code Enforcement and moved a lot of those accounts from planning and the planning department. We have formed our IT department. Almost every department had accounts for Microsoft Office or Adobe, or several different subscriptions. We also had our inventory that had not been truly captured for a while, so a lot of our IT assets were spread out, a lot of departments. So a lot of those things being consolidated in an IT department make them easier to track. The code enforcement, since that department is very active and has a lot of things moving, it's been helpful to have all of those expenditures so that Mike Thedford can clearly see what's under his accountability in his department. So those will be some of the differences you'll see in the proposed budget. It's just kind of realigning some of those things and looking a little different in the accounting structure, but it's been very helpful for all of us to make sure everything's centralized and all in one place. And that's the overview for 2021-2022.
let's go ahead and resume. Council, this next presentation, and staff, anybody that might be online, but is titled Budget Overview. Yes, we'll be talking about the budget, but actually what I'm presenting is kind of behind the scenes, the drivers of this budget. And it'll hit some highlights of things that we're asking for. And I'll be speaking to many of the slides. All right, let's begin. Well, that's out of place. But you know what? I'm going to go ahead and go here. I did a survey. Can we turn that down or off? It lives. Anyway, I did a survey of all, surrounding cities. I think there might be 13 of them or so. And to see what their tax rates are. And I have them on the map, and then I have this on a graph. The source of this data is from the Texas Comptroller. These are all 2021 tax rates. Assets there in the middle. Let's go to the graph because it's rather revealing. The green line on top is the total tax rate. The blue line is our M&O, maintenance and operation, general fund, so to say. But the red line is the interest and sinking fund. That tax we would incur that's laid on top of the M&O to repay debt. Haslett, by far, is the lowest of our area. Currently, it is in the lower 20th percentile of the state of Texas. We have room to grow. Before I go here, I want to make mention, because I haven't got a slide on this. Last year, council, thank you for approving all the positions that you did. They were sorely needed. I mean, our next big task is trying to get people out there to apply. You know anybody that's good? Have them apply, please. But anyway, just pass the word. But is staff asked this year? We're adding 2 more deputy sheriffs, 5 days a week, 1 shift, which be during the morning and afternoon hours, for primary focus on traffic control. Also, we are asking for 3 new full-time firefighters, not only this year, but next year that same request will come, and the year after. Now, after next year, we get those 6 full-time firefighters on board. Our automatic aid engages. It kicks in with Fort Worth. They will cover, and we've got that contract area out there on the west side of the tracks that Fort Worth covers for us now. That contract will go away. And the automatic aid, at no cost to us, just due to that we have a 24/7 fully manned fire department full time, that agreement goes into effect. And Fort Worth will respond to Haslett calls, and Haslett will reciprocate likewise in assisting Fort Worth where they can. So those are the two areas of personnel request. Additional sheriff deputies and full-time firefighters. This is on facilities. For those who have not had the pleasure of going over to Public Works, it's rather revealing and eye-opening once you get over there. And we've had that building since 1990, right? And it's a 1 acre yard. It's fenced all the way around. That's up in the upper right-hand corner, the existing one. It's not paved. Well, maybe it used to be, but not anymore. Never had pavement. But nonetheless, what you're looking at in the center of the dark gray area is the new Public Works Facilities yard. What is that, 4 acres? Very good. This will be a 2022-23 project. That project will consist of grading, the construction of 12,000 square feet, well, actually 8,000 square feet of covered storage, covered on 3 sides, open on the front end, and a 4,000 square foot warehouse for storage, enclosed. On the top of the screen on the far right is for materials. They get their materials, I guess, sand and salt. And all of that is exposed to the elements currently. It gets diluted and washed by the rains that come. Likewise, we got some very nice equipment in Public Works, but it's all exposed. The middle section there, 4,000 square foot, it's 100 feet long and 40 foot deep. Will provide parking and coverage and protection for all this equipment. The warehouse, there are multiple rental spaces, and this will serve to consolidate that, and we can eliminate those rental fees. Part of this same project for 22-23 will be fencing all around this piece of property. You see the 2 middle crosshatch sections. One is the future office, the other is the future service shop. This whole project total was estimated at like $8.8 million. We just can't do it at one time. And as in my address, we have to look at these things. How can we phase it and address the most important aspects of each property or project? And the whole project's important, but we just can't get there in one scoop. So this will be a great advantage, but also part of this, up in the top left, and you see the small parking lot there, is it's modular offices. And what we intend to do is consolidate both building services department, by way of which we have a rental space over there in the strip mall where Froth is. And that's at $42,000 a year. Building services administrative personnel interface daily, multiple times a day, and visit each other. And so this will consolidate both offices in this one modular space. Currently, it is a 40 by 60 modular building. I'm encouraging David to make it a little bigger, maybe 60 by 60. And but it'll bring all the administrative and aspects of building services and Public Works together in one office and greatly facilitate their work. But over there on the right, this is phase 1, a 23 project. Yard expansion, the site grading, fencing, 4,000 square foot warehouse, 4,000 square foot covered vehicle equipment parking, 4,000 square foot covered material containment, and temporary office modules. This is a floor plan of the modular office that we have right now. I'd like for them to get a little bit bigger so we have more reception area. That's where both our the permits are received, as well as any public works visitors come in that Emily can service them. So they would each, you see their offices in the center right behind that lobby area, but they would receive those visitors. Then you have primary administrative personnel, director, crew leaders, etc. Let's talk about the fire station. It's an imminent thing upon council approval. A good thing to do is to hire these full-time firefighters. 3 now, 3 next year, and 3 more after that. And you're wondering why, when we get to 6, why don't we stop there? What happens when one of them gets sick? So that's why we need the additional 3. So that puts 4 full-time firefighters available on every shift. One gets sick, we still have 3. And we just need that swing man on each shift. But this is a full expansion of the fire department here, but again, this is phased. The most important aspect right now is expanding to accommodate the administrative and personnel accommodations, the firefighters themselves. That so they can, they have space to work, and also they're overnight as well. That's on the very north end of the plan. The top part says future expansion. That's where the administrative expansion would occur. On the south side of the fire station, you see future expansion. Those are future bays. That's 2 additional bays. That is only driven by a 6-lane divided FM 156. Well, FM 156 is not funded. They hadn't got a prayer to be funded until 2030. It's not on their radar. So that's not an imminent need. That's not an immediate need. We have time to accumulate funds to address this. Here's a floor plan of the expansion. Lobby. So here's the existing. That's the north end right here. There would be a actually enclosed, not a breezeway, but it's enclosed. Entry to the new expansion area. And sufficient space for all. And one of the things in Chief Baines, of course, he and I talk, quite often, and different needs. Look at this area right here. Actually, we ought to put TSCO patrol. But this is not in particularly agreement with TSCO because they don't know anything about this. But we're thinking, because there's a lot of folks out there that at TSO would really enjoy that. I'll tell you what, last night I was up here at 9 o'clock. And of course, my office is right there on the corner of 156 and Main. I thought I was at Green Valley Drag. I'm going, my gosh, what is this? There was a guy out here in a convertible in the middle of the intersection, Main, or Hassett Parkway, Maine, and FM 156 doing donuts. He had a very powerful car. I'm telling you. When you go out there, you'll see all the donut tracks out there in the middle. I called the sheriff. I said, I need you out, give me the deputy who's out here right now. I need him over here now. I want you to watch this intersection. About 7:30 to 9 o'clock, it is the Wild West at this intersection. And just a little fed up with it. As well as Blue Mound Road at 156. I emphasize to these people constantly that they have a severe problem. No one wants to be a police officer or sheriff's deputy anymore. It's just a tough situation to be in. Nonetheless, I got him out here, but where was he? He was at Lake Worth in his office, working on paperwork. We're going to give you an office right here. I have brought up to the Chief Canis. We would like for your people to office here. We'd like for you to park your cars here at the fire department. We would like for you to do the briefings video conference, because they're only 5 minutes. And it's all about Haslett, and that's it. And Chief Canis has still got to be convinced. But we can be proactive, build this space out, locker rooms, shower area, their own office space there to do their paperwork. If they don't take us up on that, we'll utilize it. We'll utilize it. But again, this is a 2023 project. One of the things we've emphasized, we had quite a few capital projects for last year, and we didn't execute on those. Well, in the midst of taking care of everyday business, which is a full-time job, and discovering all the things that have come out of files and things of that nature as we've been sorting through all of these, we got a room. It was about 12 by 10, full of boxes of files. They're unlabeled. And it's like, what in the world are in these things? And it's like, and Marcy's ran into this. Oh my gosh, we got this obligation here under this contract. I didn't know anything about it, which motivated a lot of the realignment in the county to streamline things and consolidate things. We're on a good path. We still have, there's still work to do, but we're on the right path. Water and sewer capital improvement. So here, I'll go back. This is about $2.2 million, I think it is, the ask in this budget. Of course, that'd be by debt. This expansion is another, $2 million or so? Is that correct? I believe it is. Memory serves me correctly. 1.8 it might be. Of course, we'll get into that this afternoon, all the very specific numbers. Capital projects. These capital projects, or this is the capital improvement plan. This is water and sewer lines only. This particular plan was submitted to the council in 2017. If you'll see, is that we had a few dates here, but about the rest of this stuff to be determined. We had prices for them. And it's hard to plan your future when you don't need when you need it. We identify it, we need it sometimes, all right? What we did has got engineering to identify and review each one of these capital items and determine when are they needed to be in the ground function. And that's those dates on the right. Now, none of these plans here have been executed. We have several that should be in the ground now. 23, this coming budget year, we have one, and then out to 2024 all the way out to 2028. And that requires planning. This total right here, you'll see for these water and sewer lines is almost $22 million. Of that, about 7.8 is eligible. You can spend about 7.8 of impact fees to fund those projects. Here, the other projects that are required is a total of, this is in addition to this original list, is another 6.1 with a higher percentage, 4.3 can be funded with impact fees. But down on the very bottom right, I'm sorry, we have a total of almost $28 million in project costs. 12.1 can come from impact fees if we have it, but we don't. If we had it, that would remain $15.7 million that we have to plan for. Here is a consolidated list, and there's about 3 slides on this one. I'm laying these out as a on a calendar by fiscal year. When would these be needed? These are all water projects. And you'll see on the left, there's a column that says, are they impact fee eligible or not? Some things we can spend impact fees on, some things we can't. These are the sanitary sewer projects. I missed one. Here we go. Streets and drainage. Streets and drainage project we need to address. And then facilities. You'll note on there that I need to make mention of the need of a more library space. And that library is right around $3 million. I talked to Barbara. Barbara understands. We need to address fire stations, water lines, pumps, and public works, and things of that nature. But the issue is there's the state. You got state credentials, which he has, that is a certain amount of square footage that you have to have per resident or driven by residency. So and we're at that point, I think about 3,000 is what maxes this one out, as far as you got to have so many square foot per resident. But and Barbara looked further into it. So maybe you don't have to keep your credentials, is that maybe you don't have the actual building square footage, but you got a plan to build one sometime in the future. Didn't say how far out. But we have funds for this coming year, start that process. Well, I think that's next year, 2024. Start that process, the architectural and engineering. Of course, we have to have an idea where we're going to put it. because it's not going to, this can't be expanded. So there's going to have to be another site somewhere. So we look across the city. What do we need to address? Everything that you can think of that needs to be addressed. These are not particularly wants. It's not a water park. This is water lines, sewer lines, roads, drainage, facilities, personnel. These are bottom line things. But we are forced and have to, and we should, phase these things out in a responsible way. This graph shows in millions. If we were to fund that plan like it is, this is what we would need. We would need, for 23-24, $18 million. For 2025, we would need another about $13 million. 27, 28, $7 million, and so on and so forth, until they're all done. This is not what we're proposing at all. Now, one of the primary drivers here in Haslett, Texas, are our subdivision. We have 4 or 7 subdivisions approved for a total of 2,500 single-family home residency. And that is the driver for our infrastructure, whether it be pipe for water or sewer, new pump houses, more ground storage tanks, a larger public works facility, more equipment, more personnel, a bigger fire station, more full-time firefighters, more sheriff's deputies. It's driven by population. Water system improvements overall is $7.9 million. And that's over the next 10 years. All of this is over the next 10 years. Sewer system improvements, $9.8 million over the next 10 years. Street and drainage improvement, $25.7 million over the next 10 years. Facilities improvement, that's public work, fire station, and a library expansion, $17.2 million over the next 10 years. Totaled up, water, sewer, street drainage, facilities, that's $60.6 million over the next 10 years. Can we get there? We might not get all of it. We can certainly approach it with a plan and be smart about it. Here I wanted to show you the takedown schedule. They call it takedown schedules, for the houses, subdivision has, and how many you're going to build per quarter. I started this in November of last year. And at that time, my primary interest was, it's like, everybody in building services was just underwater. David, everybody was throwing in a hand, permits, inspections, on. It was a huge number. And what we found out, this is before, all the inflation and recessionary news coming along, very low interest rates, people able to buy bigger houses, they're attracted to the Haslett area. It's always seemed a common thing is this, there's horses, cows, and, it's the agrarian feel out here that they are much attracted to. So what we discovered is the vast majority of these were spec houses. And how do we know that? Well, we monitor and collect data on permits every month and collect it. Right now, we're at about maybe 46% of the 2005 that can be possibly built in Haslett today. We're at about 45%, so we're around 900, 800 or 900, about 850. I'm because I haven't updated in the last week. But that doesn't mean there's someone living there or bought it. Is the builder built the house? And the way we correlate this is through trash accounts. If someone moves in a house, you have to get a trash account. That's proof positive someone has moved into Haslett. And so we monitor the trash account. And it's broke down by routes, and each subdivision, maybe a couple at a time, but we can identify the subdivisions that are have new accounts. So it's pretty ingenious how we can track these things and keep abreast of what's going on. But my original motivation was there was such a huge permitting act flurry and construction in flurry, because all those plans have to, the plans got to get reviewed and inspected, or reviewed, and the permits are issued and fees are collected, and here comes construction. Then you got to go out and inspect it multiple times. Man, those guys were running hard. So I'm going, oh my God. So I went to Mike Stafford and I said, look, you can't keep working like this all the time. 70 hours a week, 80 hours a week. Call up these contractors, Metro, or whoever else. You get them out and you let them do these inspections. And, well, that's a whole nother kind of story, because they don't do as good a job. And he's very conscientious about his job and his department, what happens in the quality of work they do on inspecting these houses. And that's a very good attitude. Building code is a minimum requirement, period. There's a residential building code, and then there's commercial building code. And commercial covers everything from a 7-Eleven all the way up to a skyscraper or a semiconductor plant. The lowest rung on the ladder is residential construction. But if there's a builder trying to make a shortcut, that new buyer, and the reason those codes exist is public health and safety. They take their job serious. Mike Thetford and Chuck Harris. So I reached out to all the developers. I said, and asked every one of them, I need your takedown schedules for the full build out of your subdivisions. And they all gave them to me. And every one of them was by quarter. And so I built this database so I could track it and see where we are in the curve of things. It happened to be we were at the peak. Mike and David, everybody throwing in to help, they got over that peak. Because I told the developers, I said, we don't want to slow you down because we haven't got the proper staffing. I need this, if you would, so I can monitor our staffing level. That was the start of this whole forecasting tool that we have now. Anyway, this I have, it says total takedowns, no current correction factor. Well, when inflation scares started coming, but also what we noticed, because we monitor the permits constantly, I'm going. And this coincided with the inflation scares and the recession, scares and things of that nature. Whether it's, there's a lot of renowned comments going, yep, it's going to be here. Nonetheless, I needed to take in account for something like that in this model. So I built in what I call a housing construction factor. That's a turn down. What we modeled on and used for this budget is a 55% turn down. And how did I get there? Well, we had been monitoring the permits, and I talked to the developer. And I'm going, how's this inflationary news affecting? Well, can you hear better there? Is that what you're going to see, these home builders aren't going to be building spec homes anymore. And that was the big push. That was where all the permits were going. And what you'll see, when someone buys a house, then they'll build it. But they all have a lot of inventory out there right now. Ready, it's built. Someone to come in and pick out their colors and their finishes, and they're done. They got a house to move in pretty quick. But that is, unless something happens contrary to a lot of economists, then it's going to be reflected in our housing market. And it's not a bad thing. Because those developers said the best thing that could happen is a cool down in this whole deal. Those people are over there in those subdivisions on top of each other trying to build houses. It's just highly congested, plus materials are expensive and hard to get. So some of that's coming down, and that's a good thing. Things have slowed down, and it's a positive thing, and it doesn't hurt us at all. But anyway, as you can see here, with no turn down factor, we would see a full build out of those 2005 homes and 27, 28 first quarter. That's according to their schedule, which they're all pretty aggressive, optimistic, which is good, and they were actually exceeding some of their predictions on the very front end of all this stuff before these current news started coming about. Here is where I have used a 55% turn down. Now, if you'll notice, to get to that 2005 homes, it takes us to 32-33 fiscal year, first quarter. Yes, first quarter, 32-33. And these are all estimates. Lord have mercy, and who knows? But what we used for data for this budget on estimating construction sales tax, because we get sales tax on the building materials for these homes, this model accounts for that. We actually split it out to see, okay, what is the gain for EDCA over time? Actually, and for every year. What is it for B? What is it for the city over time? So this has been very insightful, and we have compared numbers. The results that I get, we go through the past, budget books and compare some numbers, what's this thing saying? And there's a good degree of correlation here. In any budget, as you know, it's an educated estimate. But we feel much better about this estimate. This is just the quarterly. You can see the, what you were looking at was the cumulative over time. Each quarter was, year was added together. This is by quarter. You'll see the activity. In third quarter 22-23, they expect just a rise, and that's all 7 of them put together. Some subdivisions more than others, but that's the cumulative of all 7 subdivisions. What you're looking at there is their takedown schedules. So we'll see that rise in the second quarter of 22-23, and somewhat continue out to 24-25 with no turn down. That's no turn down. Here's a quarterly takedown results with a 55% turn down. It's a little more modest, and it spreads it out over time. Our population growth. That's just a hard thing to nail. U.S. Census says use 2.6. And I get feedback, well, there's 8 people living in these houses. They all have a mother-in-law suite in them. There might be 3 generations living in one house around here. Now, man, of course, the older generations aren't going to put a burden on us. They'll probably stay home most of the time. But this model uses 3, and that's 3 per household. U.S. Census Bureau recommends this. This is a national average, 2.6. That 2.6, the interesting thing about that is that's not enough to keep our species alive. 2 people make 6/10 of a person. Yeah. Eventually you'll die out. Well, what we know here in Haslett, Texas, especially when I'm here, and all of us, in the reading programs they have here in this community room here, is the young moms and all the little kids that are in tow. I'm talking 3, 4, 5 children. And a lot of that's what these subdivisions around us have. But to identify how many per subdivision, what we've used, this is modest, is 3 residents, mom, dad, and a child, per housing unit. So with no correction factor 27, 28, of course that correlates with the build-out schedule, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Will be around 7,500 people. With a 55% reduction, we're around 6,800 in the 27-28 time frame, and it would take, and I wish I had extended that out a little farther, just didn't grab the rows far enough out, it would take us out to the 31-32 time frame to hit that full population. What you see here, we looked at the tax rates of our surrounding area. We're by far the lowest here in North Texas. Well, I tell you what, Westlake might be cheap. Of course, they've been notorious that they did not. There's 2 cities I know of, Westlake, and what's the one over on the west side of Fort Worth? They have no tax. Westlake, but that was a big deal when they started taxing. But I don't recall the name of the town. It's just on the west side of Fort Worth, along I-20. Is it Westover? I don't know if it's Westover. Is it Westover Hill? Nonetheless, they have no taxes. Of course, it's a small community. It's 3, 5, 6 acre lots. They got retail, I think Walmart or something like that, so Walmart pays for everything. And nonetheless, but for us paying folks, and I will say this, and I remember in the early years, that was a big thing. let's keep our taxes low. But we didn't have the demand of things that we do now. And a good thing, be conservative, but right now it's too low to our detriment. We need to grow. And this is the primary vehicle for that. What you see right here is a 7% increase in ad valorem year over year, out to 2930. And it takes us to that's M&O. Your INS would be laid on top of this. So if it were 2 cents, 5 cents, you just add that to this. Let's say it's 5 cents. That would be, instead of 43,668, it would be 48,668. We'll take a look here in a second and see what revenues do we collect, cumulative revenues over this period of time, to help pay for this $60.6 million need we have over the next 10 years. So we're at 22, 23. This thing takes us out to 33, 34. So that's 12 years, not 10. But we level off at 43 cents here, almost 44 cents. The good thing about this tool, every year, in fact, every month, you can change this model, update it, keep it current. And that's one of the things we'll be doing, is keeping this current, to keep an eye out there and monitor our actuals to what we're modeling here. It is a tool. That's all it is. This is housing construction net annual ad valorem revenue with no construction factor. This is the going, just pedal to the metal. And the values that you see there are its ad valorem annual values. This is not collected or cumulative, rather. So in fourth quarter, fiscal year 22-23, we should be seeing, well, let's go to the first quarter of 23-24. And we should see about a $1.3 million net ad valorem revenue. And what do I mean by net? This model, and this model is all about housing construction. And the questions were, I read in my address. In housing construction, whether it's ad valorem or impact fees, sustain itself? Can it support the additional personnel that the population increase requires and the facilities that it requires? Because it's driven by our growth. And this tool helps answer that, until it proves us wrong. I'm going to qualify that. But an important thing is that we see, and is out here, and let's see, 28, 29, Q1, 29, 30. Let's go see what that tax rate is. $29.30. Well, we're at 40, almost 41 cents. Well, here's the interesting thing. Well, that's a low point because of employees have been added. This program adds employees. as a function of population. We've come up with some, and yeah, every department, we've studied it, is such as public works. For every 350 people, we need another public works person. That can be in parks or streets or wherever it is, but that's what it averages out to be. This program accounts for that as a function of this turndown, or no turndown, whatever value you want to put in. We hard keyed in the 6 full-time firefighters, or the 9, 3, 3, and 3 each consecutive year beginning this year. Hard keyed in the 2 sheriff deputies. But all other positions in the city is calculated by this program as a function of population. So, at that, what we see, we can expect, we'll have a high point here in revenue, but expect in these fiscal years to come, there's a steady decline because you're picking up additional employees. And that's the biggest hit on Avalon right there, is the employees. Then we get past that, it levels out. Well, you see this and then it jumps here. This correlates, the tax rate has leveled off, it's staying consistent. We have passed needing to hire new employees also at the same time. Housing construction net cumulative Avalon revenue. This is, if we saved all our money year after year from this Avalon, the net. Of course, this program, you have the new construction. Well, there's 7 subdivisions. Each subdivision has its own development agreement. One subdivision, we rebate all impact fee for a certain number of homes. All of it. Another subdivision, we rebate all the sanitary sewer fee, impact fee, up to a particular dollar value. Also in this area, we have large subdivision, and it lies, in fact, there's the TIRZ, Tax Increment Reinvestment Fund. A little over 1,000 acres. Anything since about 2020, 2019, 2020, 2019, anything new built in those 1,000 acres for the next 20 years, we give up half our Avalon. And why? That was we made a loan with North Central Texas Council of Governments. So they would partially fund $7 million worth to build Hassett Parkway. And that's how we repay North Central Texas Council of Governments. It's through that TIRZ. Now, there is a dollar value, is $20 million. No, it's $7 million. I'm sorry, not 20. It's $7 million. Should be hit that $7 million. I think we're whole. But our projections here, we'll never hit the $7 million. But we do cap out on the 20-year time frame. If we only pay back 5, we're not liable for the other 2. It's in the agreement. But that's good. We don't have to get to the end of 20 and cough up the rest. But this program deducts all these rebates, payments, anything like that associated with any subdivision, all subdivisions. And that's the net that you should expect to see. That's the cumulative net. But what I want to point out, 12 years from now, the cumulative is less than $10 million. But while earlier we identified $60.6 million worth of needs in the next 10 years. This does not support. We have to make other choices and plan and be smart about it. No Haslett never has gotten, well, it sure be nice to do this, and we just all been very frugal and kept things down low. But and one of the things that I have seen and observed, and not just us, there are others. You saw that area tax rate where like Blue Mound, they're 60-something cents on the 100. Other little towns out there, as much or more than that. They ignored their systems for years, and they had to borrow big money because they had no choice. They had no choice. And we don't want to get in that situation. Let's address the things that we have to do and provide for our employees and the things they need to do the job around here that we as residents expect. A lot of people were blessed. Haslett, Texas is blessed. Did you ever think, Connie, a medium home price in Haslett, Texas would be $650,000, $700,000? You think you ever have a subdivision? There's nothing less than $1 million in there? I'm going, my gosh. And it's sprung up. One day I woke up and here it was. This really is, when you live here this long and you drive through it every day, it is like that. One day, man alive, what happened? But here we are. We can deal with it. These are impact fees. These are annual impact fees that we can expect. The blue on top is this. Now again, this is no construction factor. We'll not see this because there is a slowdown. And I have that. I don't know if I have a slide of it, but a slowdown. What we can, but we can plan on that, and we use this, to help determine what's our impact fee that we can expect this coming year. We can look in this model. We can look ahead, or we can look back, depending on what the data is. Some of it you look ahead, some of it you look back. And our payments, some we have to look back because we're paying last year's. On revenue, on impact fees, we'll look ahead. Here's what we can expect. But impact fees, I didn't do a cumulative sum, but there's 5, 3, and 4. Let's call that $1 million. Here's $1.1 million. Someone add this up for me. $1 million, $1.1 million, 1.5. We'll call it 1.6 million. That would be 14 or 1.4 million. $500,000. 250,000. What's that number? Let me go over that again. You don't have to be that accurate. Just 1 point. Let's do this again. That's 1 million. 1.2. 1.6. 1.2. 0.5. 0.25. Impact fees. after the build out is over, is $1.5 million. Earlier, we need $15 million. You know, we have 20 some odd million on water and sewer line projects. We're looking at, well, you got $15 million that you could, is all eligible to spend if you had it. But I'm looking at this model right here, and all we're going to get is maybe $1.5, $1.6 million. Guess where the rest is going to come from? Well, water and sewer, one of the things we have is a capital project, or identified project, not capital, is a water and sewer rate study, a very thorough study. Also, a reanalysis of our impact fees and things of that nature. That's been a while since any of that's been reviewed. And those are primary sources, you know. The question being, you know, Marcy had mentioned, well, we have this revenue here. But you know what? The truth be told, we don't know if we're charging the right rates right now. We just don't know. And it's not anybody's one particular fault or anything like that. It's just over time, you let it go, and all you can do is go month by month. Well, we're bringing in money. We need to have, with what we have to do, our job, we need to have a better information and be able to see, have an expectation of what's coming or what's not coming, so we can plan for it. You can deal with most anything when you've got a plan. All right. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you, Lord. But using the tools that we have, looking ahead, identify the needs that we have to have, prioritize those needs, stage them when it's appropriate. And sometimes, you know, there might be a bitter pill to swallow. You just haven't got it. I need that sewer line now. I need it now. Or I'll give everybody your phone number. You know, some things just are not negotiable. Water and sewer is health safety issues. We have to address those with high priority. But there's some things, some lines can be put in later. Some we can do now. There might be alternative methods to address it, and that's being constantly looked at. Our entire system is being constantly reviewed, and what is the most effective and efficient means that we can accomplish this, both functionally and performance of the system and financially. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, yes.
I just want to say that on behalf of the staff leadership team, you can see the amount of effort that he has put into this. It should not go unnoticed. The new environment that he's created for us to work in with staffers, it's truly far better. We can communicate with each other without fear of retaliation or being pitted. And I think because of that environment, it really has led to him making a great report and processes that helps us. You know, what do you want is what he asks us. Tell us what you need. We may or may not get there, but it's really been a very eye-opening, informative, educational, and unique process. And I just think that he needs to know, you need to know that we as staff support the process that he just showed you. So I want to say that.
I'm just kidding. Well, just hang out. know, if you got any questions about what I
Talk. No one's going to see my face. How does that sound? That's not bad.
Can you hear me? Is that too far away?
Down a little bit. Just down like that.
Down a little bit better? Is that better?
I always forget to talk in this. Or
you recording? Very good. All right, let's resume our workshop here. It's 12:39, August 12th, 2022. All right, council, if you have any questions that may be specific to David Rogers, Kurt Mays, or Barbara Thompson.
I do for, I guess Kurt and Mr. Rogers, Mr. Mays and Mr. Rogers. So my question is, I know in the past we had looked at a second fire station. Will the expansion of this one alleviate that need in the, not in the immediate future, I guess? Or, and also, we'd also looked at possibly moving Public Works to that fire station and then building a brand new one. So, tell me just, I just knew it was north of where this one is. Because then the third one was going to be Laterra. So, yeah, tell me.
And even when we get to our 8,000 people build out, the whole point of this ILA, hiring these full-time firefighters, we get that mutual aid from Fort Worth. It's automatic. In fact, when we go over to that, they will have our engines under control, or they'll know where they are. It'll be part of their resources. So they can call any department, wherever they're located in this area, and send them to that area. So this whole move, like building for one, that fire station is not big enough like Public Works, just not. And the other is, we had multiple fire stations to have this Dell ILA. You got 9 people at each station. That would be so expensive. And not probably get us too much or any better service than that what we're going to have with the ILA that we have now with Fort Worth. I mean, 2 departments, 3 departments, they can respond to this area. And
Yeah, that alleviated that need for
Yeah.
that third, original third station. So. Oh.
of course, you probably couldn't give Kurt enough fire trucks and fire stations. I mean,
Is
he's
the
a
fire
fireman.
station on Alliance, is that also respond, or is that Alliance dedicated only?
No, it would respond outside the circle. And Fort Worth is opening Station 45, which is located at Harmon and North Tarrant, in the next 2 months. That station is going to be right there as a response.
So we got 4 stations, Fort Worth stations.
2 on
around
either
us.
side of the track. Yes, sir.
So I think we'll be well covered.
Yeah, and just to say, when we deal with our ISO rating, what they're looking at is essentially 2 engines on scene within 8 minutes, and they also need, we need a ladder truck. So that's what's going to really help us with fire protection, saving property, and the ISO is having that response capability on either side of the track in that designated time.
Anything else for Kurt?
Yes, Mayor Halsey. So I was curious about the volunteer program that the fire department has and the cost for that, and where would that, can you kind of explain that, or?
can. I don't have all of the analytics in front of me, but I mean, we pay. Okay, so I'm trying to give you a number. There's around 70, I think 7,000 that we do in stipend fee that kind of pays for their time, food, and gas to be up and around. There's some insurances that the city pays for, group life, a term life, an accident policy. That probably is 20,000. So let's just say there's probably $100,000 in the budget towards supporting volunteers. That might be a little even low with the equipment, but you know, the need to have the full-fledged volunteer fire department, once we reach the 12, that need drops way down, you know, as far as that. So, you know, it's undetermined what the future status and timeline of when the volunteers would dissolve, but it certainly is going to decrease their need, which would then drive down costs associated with their existence.
I'll tell you a conversation that at the end of the day, when we get 12 full-time firefighters, and we've had this conversation, is that there's no need to run a volunteer firefighter or training, other than it is part of the fabric. It is a characteristic. And we would have that program most likely only for people who reside in Hazlet city limits, who would desire to. You know, I'll say this. There's a lot of young men, and many of them you know right now, that came through that fire department. And if it weren't for the mentoring that those firefighters gave them as young men and boys, no telling where they would be. It serves something other than responding to a fire. But the program we run now, how many we got? 38 of them?
Yeah, 36.
36, and we maybe get a 5% response.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
So
challenge.
Once we hit that, we've had this discussion. That would be highly protected.
Okay, I guess maybe I didn't ask my question correctly. How much does the volunteer program cost for the schooling, the training? Is that incorporated in?
Yes, ma'am. So we don't certify them to go get a job where they could go work at another department. There's a state volunteer requirement to enter a burning building and get a state volunteer certification, and we do that on our every Tuesday night training and Saturdays. Mm-hmm. So that's part of our ongoing process to get them trained to the volunteer level. We do put them to that same training standard as the state paid certification, but then they have to go challenge that test. So there's the paid person certification, and then there's a volunteer training requirements certification. Yeah, I mean, education, it's.
Okay, so there's no one place for the cost of the volunteer training program.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? It's incorporated in the cost of the salaries, the equipment, and all of that,
Yes.
and the certification. Okay,
Yes.
yeah, that answers my question.
Okay. Yeah,
Kurt does a pretty good job in his line item descriptions of showing that there's like, just for an example, on page 47, fire personnel stipend, that is all firefighters. So he details in here, this is just one of the accounts that it would revolve around the volunteers. And so he's kind of showing in here the pieces of if they're working
No, I
weekends, days,
understand
things like that.
No,
But
what I'm saying is like, let's see someone.
it would be difficult to implement for payroll purposes. It could be done, but
Proper coding.
These are.
Yeah.
That was part of break. This year in my uniform one, I broke paid and volunteer because it's starting to have, so you could have that clearer picture, knowing that, this day would be coming and you would want to know these costs. So, it's something that I can work towards trying to better define it, but we're trying to do the best I can right now.
But it is something that we need right now. Only if we get 5 or 6 people on at different times. 5 or 6 that would not have.
Yes, I personally do support a volunteer program and training. I also support maybe incorporating it with the school district or investigating that, which other districts and other cities do. Maybe to help with some of the costs or something. I don't know. But I was just wondering the actual cost of the volunteer program, what it's costing Hazlet, and what are we getting out of it?
I will
The
do the
bottom line.
analytics, and it would be tomorrow before I could report back a number. But I can.
I'm
get
not
closer.
sure. I understand better how it's spread out. So, and how, I didn't know if there was a training program with a specific cost. Do these volunteers have to pay for anything other than just their certification cost, or do we foot the whole bill? Or what's my question.
Sure.
But
I'll
I
still
think-
work on an analytic.
Okay, great. There's no hurry on it for me. It's just now that I know it's spread out and how it's incorporated.
I just have a quick question, especially we did this last year too. Is it okay if we have the questions and that type of thing? Because it took me a little bit to catch up to where you were at. If you could actually identify where you're talking about in here too, so that way we're not flipping through. So,
Oh, okay.
which page?
Well, I didn't really have a specific page because I didn't know where it was. And then she said page 47 and it's spread all throughout there. So.
I had a question. It's on page 52. And this might be for Marcy, not for you, Kurt. But as I was going through and looking at last year's and this year's budgets, I didn't see the minor equipment acquisition. Is it somewhere else? Marcy might know the answer to that.
That was used to be called fire truck equipment, 9959, and
Correct. Yes.
so
Fire truck
discussion
equipment
with
is what it was. Yes.
yeah. So the mayor thought it would be a better name for it based on how we were using that. Him and Marcy came up with that name, so we just renamed that line item.
Okay. So actually, I shouldn't have asked about that one because I did find that one and it was reassigned. I didn't see the operations maintenance contracts on the next page.
Same concept. We
It's
we
moved somewhere else.
put it into it. Yeah, we just moved existing.
Just want to make
items
sure it's
to
still
that.
there for you. And okay,
Yes.
and then on 55, the subscriptions, those are also somewhere. Are y'all still doing the subscriptions?
Yeah,
Okay.
the big chunk of that's where we almost had $100,000 out of that, and that's where it kind of went into contracts. That's where the majority of that move just went.
I had a question for Mr. Rogers. It looked like, and once again, I could be wrong. Yeah, you had to go up there. Sorry. That last year we had 0 allotted for on page 193. For the Public Works propane backup generator was $0, and then this year it's $22,000. Just, can you help me understand? Maybe we didn't have one, or maybe we now got one, or I don't know how that works. 193. But I showed that last year it was 0 on the same, for the, I don't know, for the propane backup generator. But I could have misread it.
I don't think we budgeted anything for it last year. But I think we're estimating this year, and so I'm not sure.
Yeah, this is
We
one,
had-
we don't fully know what it may be. So we just had to come up with some kind of number, and we just figured up a rough guess based off of what our other stuff uses. Maybe. I don't think it'll be that high. Don't even think we'll get anywhere near it, but we have no way of knowing. So it's just, it's more of a placeholder number than it is anything for us. Sure. Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I had a question on page 155. The gas well safety inspection fees. Is this separate? Okay, sorry. It's 92,800. Is this separate from the Belchef when they go out and inspect it for us now? Is this
It's
different?
the same thing.
It's the same thing.
This is them. This is their guy that comes out and does it.
Okay, so
And I
the
believe
cost is the same, but I was thinking the cost was going to be cheaper.
yes. As we were formulating this budget, that reduced cost has not been included. So it's still
Okay.
showing at the same cost as it was. And I can't remember now off the top of my head what it was. I think it was after that.
Yeah, it was about,
It was about
maybe it
half,
was about, or 60%, something like that.
It wasn't nowhere near this much.
Okay, and who do we contract animal control with?
Right.
Yes, we would
Net.
incorporate.
Anybody know? Who do we contract animal control with?
All American Dogs.
All-American Dog
Yeah, they're
Okay.
like
and
on
which
under.
is an All-American Dog. Solid point.
Okay.
What page is that on with the All American Dogs?
The dog?
The Animal
159.
Control, 159.
About how much of their service do we use? I mean, what does that include? I mean,
They do come by and do a patrol sporadically, but it's mostly on an on-call basis. So it just depends on how many times we have to call them out.
And I can talk a little bit to this
Yeah.
because when I was on council is when our current animal control, he retired, correct? Like, and so we had to go out and solicit or figure out who we're going to use next. And we had a couple of people come and talk to us about if they wanted our business. And Councilmember Hilborn and I actually went and visited the 2 locations, All American Dogs, and I can't remember the other gentleman that put a bid in or wanted to contract us. And they talked about what they do for trapping them, rehoming them. Some of the things that they did were really humane. They're neutering their programs, and we just felt they were the better fit for what they could provide for the city. I mean, I don't know, but only 2 people came to Haslett offer services. There might be more now available.
yeah, I didn't know if the new facility that's right here by Haslett probably has a Haslett address. Fort Worth Animal Center right here across from the, right. They're on, okay. If they need anything new, okay.
We haven't inquired. What page is that?
On page 179. So 50% for the finance director is 123,000, or the public. So that includes 50% of the public works director and the finance director,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And then what happened to the engineer 30%?
Since we don't have an actual employee that's a city engineer, then we're not budgeting anything for it anymore. But they used to be split 70% to the general fund and 30% to water.
So what about Belchef's fees?
Belchef is organizing their billing to actually show if they're spending time on a water project, or if it's a general fund project, or perhaps it's something for the EDCs, or so they are.
So that their fees will show up in the individual projects for the water
individual
sewer
projects, when you see
versus
the water south, pump station, there'll be
There's
an
a-
engineering fee cost in it.
Okay.
The street, the Keller Hassett Road project, there'll be an engineering cost put in there. One, because that also, especially like the Keller Hassett Road project, by having that broke down, that's money we can go back when we do this project that we can get back from Tarrant County
Right.
out of the bond
Exactly.
program to pay for that cost. So by having them break it down by projects, certain things we may be able to get someone else to pay for. That's good.
okay. Page 187. Credit card fees. Did you have that one?
Yes, credit card fees, actually, if you can see the amount we spent last year was 56,365. I upped this a little bit. Credit card fees are, we do offer, if you pay online, there's no fee. And if you pay by credit card in the office, something like that, then there is a fee. So we try to encourage everyone to pay online or to do automatic draft. We do still have people that call, want to pay over the phone, or that come in, that type of thing. So that's part of that fee. The other part of the fee is we have a, just because we accept credit cards, we have a fee. And that's the majority.
This is the fee to the credit card company that we have to pay?
Yes.
Yes, so that's the majority of this fee. And it seems pretty high, but our purpose in this is to not have people coming into City Hall. Part of the reason this has gone up quite a bit is because during the pandemic, no one was coming into City Hall, and then a lot of those people have just continued to pay online or through their automatic draft. So it keeps us from having to hire more personnel at the front or to be able to answer the phone to take that billing. And so we feel like it's a trade-off in that regard. But that's most of the reason that they've gone up. One, we have a lot of new customers because of the new houses being built. And then we just have a lot of more people paying online.
And so that's what we have to pay to the individual credit card company.
Yes.
Okay.
And we do get, because on the flip side of that, we use credit cards to pay things. So department heads have credit cards. They're buying minor equipment or, some of the expenses. And we also get rebates from doing that. So the rebates actually go against this.
Okay, great. Okay, page 189. Oh, 5,000 for water conservation advertising. It was 900, and I was wondering what that encompasses. What type of advertising are we going to be doing?
We have to send out, every year we do a complete water system setup that we have to send out. It's like this year, we're fixing to do them again, the magnet that goes out with all of our conservation stuff for watering days, the stages of our watering, all those. Then we have a deal that we have to send out by TCQ that also has to go out every year. And we're getting more
customers, so we have to print a lot more than we used to have to print. Used to get by with just, 1,000 would do us for a long period of actually having everybody covered on the actual customer list and the extras that they give away when somebody new comes in. Growing so fast, now we got a lot more. It's grown exponentially.
Are these mail outs to the customers
Mhm.
in their water bill?
In their water bills.
In their water bill? Okay. And then page 201. I can probably do it myself. But the building maintenance tripled from 2,000 to 6,000.
Yes, one, our building is really old, and so we've been running into ours is just getting lots more maintenance needs to be done to keep it up. So it's just, as everything else, cost of everything's going up so much that we're having to spend more money to keep the place going.
That's what I thought.
Oh, yeah. It's
Okay.
just
Yeah.
age.
Yes. Okay. Those are my questions for him.
Anybody got anything else for this project?
Well, y'all were too easy. I thought y'all was really gonna, I knew there was one. I just knew somebody was gonna wonder why our, on our water side, our meters and all went up so much. That's what I mean. I thought, boy, that was sure gonna catch somebody's eye. New meter installation went from 84,005 to over 213 on page 185. That's the one I thought everybody was gonna go, oh. Again, everybody kind of knows what it's about. The mayor made a good case about it. It's so many new people coming in that even getting enough meters is becoming hard. Right now, we are looking at placing an order, and we will be lucky if we get them within 8 months. That's what everybody is telling us. Yeah, that's what we've got on putting an order in for, and they may come earlier, they said, if we buy them that way, but they said don't count on it. It's been running about 6 to 8 months.
I guess that's one question I may have you that's overarching type question. Are you seeing any corrections to the market?
Some we are. We have mostly in the construction side of things. Concrete has stabilized and started coming down some, but what we're seeing in the water products, the brass and the meters and stuff, not so much. Those things are still so far behind on actual manufacturing. One, because they can't get enough stuff to make the brass, even start making the stuff, is become such a hard process. Getting the actual brass materials to make the brass and then actually build the product is so far behind. But yes, and PVC pipe getting better. Wasn't that long ago, our price for a 12-inch section of pipe went from $60 to over $150 for a foot of pipe. That's started moving back down. It's back down to $87 now, so it's slowly working its way, and it's becoming easier to get. At least piping has been. The fittings for piping, not so much. Some of the valves, one of the valves that is coming up in one of our projects, that one there, they're telling us that's about a 1.5 year lead time to get it. If you want it, you got to order it, and they'll start put you in line for a 16-inch water valve. But it is getting a little better. With the slowdown is helping. Some of them are getting a little bit of catch up finally, so that's helping a little bit.
So I did, now that you've pointed me to page 185, I did have details written down because last year on the R&M water and the new water meters and components, it was very detailed with the meter boxes, residential meters, bare, transponders, fire hydrant meters. So this is just more of a...
Yeah, because we may have to, we don't know what it might actually be because it's whatever, when we call them up and say, okay, we're ready, we need a pallet of meters or whatever it is, they may
it.
but you
don't-
can't get boxes, so we'd
Okay.
rather get the boxes, so.
So that's
we may
the
end
price
up,
of
we may
this-
end up with 150 boxes and 10 meters, and
Okay.
we don't know because supply is so crazy right now.
And the same thing above that with the R&M water. I mean, this had 100,000, and last year's 68 was like broken down into repair clamps and pumps and motors and valves and shoring. So is this just 100,000? Just kind of all of this
Mm-hmm.
still? Just
Yep.
use this
It's
as a
just the
reference.
same stuff.
Okay.
Just so many parts and pieces, and way more parts and pieces beyond that. Oh yeah, the list would be longer than the pages. I mean,
Okay, now that you mention ordering ahead of time, so I have another question. So you're ordering pallets of things
mm-hmm.
that we have, the water meters. So do we have storage to store it?
Currently, yes, at our south pump station, of course. with-
Secure, and it will be
Mhm.
secure.
Yeah, it's indoors, secured up behind a fence. As the new pump station comes online, though, that's one of the reasons everything kind of works around. We have to get that warehouse part built this next year because the pump station is going to take our storage facility down there out. It will go away. So we have to have that built soon so we can get that stuff. Yes, we have a place to keep that stuff stored away right now.
Okay, great.
Wow, easy this year.
You did a great job on the budget.
For the budget, I'll tell you what, between the mayor and everybody, it was a lot of work on the budget, but we got a lot done, I think.
Well, you can tell you did a lot of work because we understood it when we went through it. It was easy
That's great.
to follow.
Good.
Thank
We're
you.
finally getting good at this, Kurt. You're not there as long as me.
All right, any questions for Barbara Thompson, library? I mean, you don't have to search for them, and if you haven't got any off the top of your head, because you'll have time, you got a month yet to answer anything.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Okay. But I kind of already got it answered because I was concerned and we need more storage. The whole city needs storage. And so when I was going through here, I saw these leases for storage facilities. And so yours is like $2,500 a year. And where do you get your storage? Where do you store?
We have climate-controlled storage unit out on 287 in Willow Spring.
Okay.
And we do the climate control because we have a lot of books and stuff in there.
Right. Okay. So I just want to, and there's nothing here in the city that can handle that right now.
I can answer something about that, though. She doesn't know it yet, but that's part of what we have, if you see in our park stuff.
Uh-huh.
Air conditioning for the park buildings.
I was wondering
That's
about
one of
that.
the reasons, because we're going to try to consolidate, once we have our storage up there, all the park board stuff consolidated up that way. And so then there will be some space down here in that building, because we're going to try to convert it into, during events, 4th of July and all, we'll have air conditioning, so it'll be our aid station. We won't have to set up tents and stuff for Kurt every time we do an event. He'll have a place that he'll just go in there, take over, but it's also a place we can store her books, and they'll have air conditioning and heat.
Let me ask you, because it's
10 by 20.
Yeah.
10
And
by
they're 10 by
20.
20.
10 by 20.
That's also possible too. Split unit. Yeah, we'd already talked about that too, about having one end of that building, one section of it be set up that way. Oh, yeah.
So David, Dave, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, simple. What he's talking about is if we did it on our building up here at Public Works, we don't have to move her stuff. As it was, we were going to make sure we had pallets and everything so that we could move her stuff out of there when we have an event, then turn around and move it back in. But it'd be close by to the library. But we could also do the same thing at our facility up there with the new Public Works, is to create a space in the end of the building that would also be, just put a small, firewall up and everything, insulated away from everything, and then put a split air conditioning system in there.
They never have to move.
Then they wouldn't have to move it. But she just has to drive. They just have to drive a little farther to get it. Ooh, man.
Somebody else wanted, no. No, for the school districts, we provide 3 to 4 copies of everything that the students are required to read here in the summer. Okay, so, when we have that many, we can't keep that many copies inside the library, there's not room, so we store them because they use them about 3/4 of them, would you say, the next year, but then they may need the other 4 the next year, so we don't have to keep replacing the books. We just put them in storage and save them for the English department at the high school, which is Tanya, so you could talk to her. And then we also have our book club books, so when we finish what we're using them this month, when we're done with them, we'll put them in storage, and we've been sharing those with a lot of the smaller libraries that can't have a book club because they don't have the money to buy the books. And so there's probably 50 sets of 8 to 10 of each of those in there. So we have our karaoke machine and our spin art machines and all that stuff in there also. It's not just books.
Anything else for Kurt, David, or Barbara? Not, I would let you go back. And if you run across any other questions, just jot it down. Like I said, we got ample time. All right, folks. Thank you all. Well, they still got a lot. Like going on vacation and come back, which did. Who's that?
You're welcome.
Oh, they are. Just pick
It's
them all.
difficult to do a bunch of them when you're putting the books together.
Hey,
I marked
okay.
mine up when
You
you
might
guys
not
were
have
marking.
it.
Far away. I turned it up.
Just go for it. Go for it now. Sure we can. 5 minutes. Let's take a break.
Sorry. So in the calculation, we calculate the no new revenue rate, the no new revenue M&O rate, we have a debt rate, we have a voter approval rate, and we have a de minimis rate. Because we're a city that's under 30,000 population, we can calculate the de minimis rate, and what all that really means is that it's the rate that will give us an extra $500,000, I think. And so on this worksheet, the way I calculate, I have a rounding error, so it's only $499,999. But so the no new revenue rate is basically looking at the valuation we had the prior year, and it's using that as the base and calculating a new rate based on the change in the value of those same properties. And it's basically getting us the same amount of dollars. The voter approval tax rate will add back in our new construction and the values of that. Everything that is in the statutes for whether there's an election, whether there's a petition, whether there's any kind of extra step is based on the no new revenue M&O rate. Our total tax rate is made up of two pieces, the M&O and the debt. So they calculate everything off the M&O because that is your recurring expenses you have year after year. So we take our taxable value that's up in the top in the shaded kind of orange column, and that is what, in the end, when you decide on what you want your tax rate to be, that's the value that the tax rate will be applied to. The taxable value that's in the green, that's the value of your properties that were on the rolls last year. So the one in the orange includes new construction from last year, that was not on the rolls, and the green is basically tries to keep everything the same. So.
They build a home, it takes round numbers 2 years before it gets back before we see that. Another interesting aspect, like a new subdivision, the investment that the city has to make, has got to connect all these things up, run pipe, drive water, collect water. It's about a 20-year return. Contribution back to the subdivision to your city. Let's just look at what's that? Oh, okay. So our de minimis rate is 0.317145.
Yes.
And we're also bounded by the 8%. 8%, you go above 8%, and that's over in the far right-hand column that's highlighted. That requires an election. If you go to 8% or over, correct? 8% or over. So you got that 7.99. So you can go all the way up to 7.99, which represents a 7.29% increase over our current. And we did our calculations based on what I presented earlier on 7%. We didn't know what the exact numbers were.
So for the last few years, the councils have gone right up to that 8% threshold, recognizing that we are in this period of growth and we need to continue to up the tax rate. And that's why these are all calculated. You can see the increments in between. And so these are all the ones that are required by statute for us to calculate, are in the yellow, and then all the other increments are just in case you decide to land on something in between there. But the mayor, I believe, his recommendation is that we go to the 7.99 for reasons he explained earlier.
And I'm looking at my last year's notes. It's I was hoping someone could calculate this for me. Last year, impact on a $500,000 home at 8%, it was $118 a month. So what would this, at an 8%, that'd be the same no matter what? Math people, that it's always going to be $118 a month if it's 8% increase?
If somebody can divide the 1485 by 12, I don't have, because we calculate.
That's still pretty close to what we did last year. On a $500,000 home, it'd be $123 increase. Okay.
I know the recommendation is going to the 7.99 this year. I think we've talked, I know there's a very short period of time where we find out anything if we're going to go over and above that to actually require a vote. If we're looking at this stuff a year out and we know that we have these plans further, have we done any type of study saying, hey, maybe we need to be addressing this year and coming up with a plan to go higher than the 8% next year and actually making it into a vote for the public?
We headed in that direction this year. The calendar, then we canceled the workshop and put it out because that's when all the inflation fears session was coming out. And I'm going, I can't imagine, it'd be like a Northwest ISD school bond. And I would expect the same response. I don't care if it's $120 a month. I'm not spending another dime. Thank you very much. And we just could not, in my mind, I couldn't afford the risk. I wouldn't recommend the risk because what you end up with is still what you had last year. You would end up what you had last year.
What do you mean?
If you went to an election and it failed, then you are stuck with your no new revenue rate.
Yes, gotcha.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm good with 7.99.
And I think it'll be achievable. It'll be palatable if you go in that 7% range year over year. It's small steps, and it gets you up in 7 years, it gets you up into the low 40s per 100. Now, also understand that laid on top of this is going to be that INS, that bond payment. Now, we got a bond right here, or I say bond, it's a CO with calculations on it, and the impact is about 5.2 cents, something like that in that range. That not this year, but next year, it would be laid on top of this. So if it, as an example, if it were applied to this year, if we went to 7.99, we would have the 0.272. What is that rate for? I'm looking at the M&O here, INS. Okay, so our total right now would be, this INS that's listed on here is not that INS there. I'm looking at, what do you look? I'm looking at this M&O rate.
27?
Yes.
Yeah.
That would be the M&O, that if we were to adopt the 7.99.
Yes.
So what is the rate for the first year? 5.3? Okay. So now this will not, it would not affect this year. It would be next year, even though we could get this, if we were to get the CO this year, which we would start in November with y'all's approval, is 0.0533. So with this new, in today's dollars, it would be 0.3786. Now it goes down every year. It goes down every year.
The tax rate would be 0.3786
Yes.
If you do the debt.
if we do the debt, and the debt does not have to go to a election or a
No.
vote. And our current And our current, and what's our,
Oh, 2024, so it'd be
First thing, so it wouldn't even affect next.
so it'd be 2 years from now is when it would go into effect.
and currently we're at 0.28. So that would raise our taxes from 0.28 to 0.37. You said not 0.37 until 2024?
Well, the .28, you would not add this to the .28.
Until 2024.
No, you would add, our no new revenue rate is .25. You took today's rate. you would-
Today's rate, yeah,
Oh, you're looking at the debt rate.
No. I think Tanya was taking the.
I was looking at just what we're paying this year, what we are paying this year in our, as our property tax rate.
This CO right here incorporates.
No, not that, what right now is our current City of Haslett rate? Well, but I have that, but what do you think it is? Oh, yeah, I did.
Is point two.
29.
It's 2.8. It's .2856, isn't it?
She's talking about the current year.
This current, right
2021.
now. Yeah. Oh, okay.
I don't have that with. The total is 29.
Mm-hmm. Is that total?
So, but is that?
Okay, so your current tax rate for 21, 22, the M&O piece is 0.254152, and the debt piece is 0.029077, for a total of 0.283229. Yes. I don't have the de minimis with me since we didn't go to the de minimis. .283229. Do you want me to go ahead, Kim? So what this sheet shows is the proposed debt. If you'll see in the middle section where it says Series 2022 Combo Tax and Revenue COs, this is the new debt of total principal of 16.63 million. And so if you take the first column, the existing payments, then add in your new, then that third column is the new combined payments. And then over in the far right column is the tax rate computation. And so if you look at our financial advisors, Hilltop Securities has prepared this, and they've made an assumption of 5% growth in our valuation. And then they're looking at the impact in the far right on the tax, the INS portion of the tax rate. And so they've projected that our first payment on these bonds would be 9/30 of 2024. So that would be fiscal year 23-24. And showing that our INS rate would go up from 0.027 to 0.0533 due to the new debt. And then that would be the peak, and it would decrease from that point on out.
Let me make a comment that recognizing the fact that a lot of this is for water and sewer, that point 05 gets split. General fund, so this tax rate, whatever I stop, that 0.0533 only a portion of it is applied to. The other portion gets applied to water and sewer and goes to the calculation of water. Because it's water and sewer, because it's a separate, it's its own entity.
They don't calculate the percent on this chart, but they have a footnote down at the bottom. The very last one, it says it's anticipated that the Series 2022 COs will be repaid 26.88% from ad valorem taxes and 73.12% from surplus utility revenues.
So 30% of the 0.0533.
The reason that they show the total is because when you're actually issuing them, the way the actual instrument is done, because you're not actually going to pledge water and sewer revenues because it is a tax-supported debt, then the instrument has to actually be created as if it was going to all be tax-supported, and then we do the transfers internally. And so we would not submit that in our calculation to be tax supported if it was water supported. But it's kind of like that good faith and credit of the government. When you're issuing that debt piece, you have to treat it as if it could go on to the tax rolls, because should something happen, say something wipes out our water sewer system or something like that, and we couldn't make that payment, then the fallback would be for it to be tax supported. And so that's why it's shown that way on this sheet. Does that make sense?
In the internal, that 0.053, no, that was 70%. 70% of that 0.05 is 0.037, which would be applied internally to water and sewer.
So looking at the same document from last year, what's this top number, the 3.68 million versus this one says 16.63 million? Is this what we currently have in debt, and this is what we are talking about having in debt?
The last year, that was what we were proposing last year as debt,
Okay.
that we did not issue. So that was just the projection of what the debt piece would look like had we issued some in the current fiscal year.
Okay, so last year we were proposing 3.68, but we didn't issue any debt, and this year we're proposing 16.63 million. Okay.
associated with 7.99%. The M&O would be 0.272682. Check me on this, Marcy. And if we took 30% of this 0.0533 internally and applied it to general fund, that's less than a penny. It's 0.0016. So the effective rate, and so it is less than half of what you see right now in the INS, that 0.272682. And right next to it is that INS number. This new one would be less than half of that one. So then, plus 0.272682. So you would end up with a total tax rate of 0.274281.
It's
Right. Of 0.05? Yeah. 0.0533 times 0.3, that's right, not 0.3. Okay. 1.6 penny. What you get for having a math teacher sit next to you.
I guess my question and everything too, and that's the reason I sort of wanted to get copies of these going forward too. You know, we're looking at the Blue Mound construction of $13 million. We're looking. The one thing that I hear from the constituents going into the future is the roads. We're already addressing FM 156, Blue Mound. I'm hoping Fort Worth addresses something from John Daly out to 287 since they're putting in the 900 homes there. I think you and I have discussed that already too. But if we're looking at Blue Mound and we're looking at roads, are we going to have enough? That's what I was just worried. Is this encompassing enough, like taking Blue Mound from a 2-lane to a 4-lane, or
No,
anything that our constituents are actually
Blue
asking?
Mountain Road, it would be 3 lanes. Center lane, open, continuous left-hand center lane. East-west, one east-west lane, and extra wide shoulders for traffic control. So the police can pull people off, have somewhere to invest right now. So I've been, my message to staff and engineering, when you design a road, make sure you put shoulders on it so we can pull people over and enforce our traffic laws. And so that's what that would be. And that's been, I think it's in here at like $13.5 million.
And is that from John Day all the way out to Blue Mound before
That is 156 to Harmon Road.
156 to Harmon. So we're not even addressing John Day to 156.
156 to Harmon Road is what that price is for.
Okay. So if Fort Worth does something on John Day out to 287, we don't have any answer of what we would do from John Day to 156.
Not in that price, we don't.
So that's my question on this. Are we needing to take a look at, do we need to take a look at this year to actually make some of those hard decisions for next year if we need to, because I think if you talk to the constituents, if you're looking at trying to improve the roads, they're going to be looking and saying, hey, we want, we're behind this more than, like you said, the inflationary stuff.
Well, I'm just
Preparing for an election, yes.
Oh, you're talking about next year.
Next year. Start now, taking some of these
Well,
things.
you got 2 roads. You can do that with ad valorem, or you can go borrow the money. Now, if you went and borrow the money instead of this 16.6 we're looking at, add $13.2 million to it. So you're at 29 point, what is it, something? Almost call it $30 million. Okay, this stuff is pretty linear. So you could take whatever you see here, this is 16.6. Let's say we got $32 million or 33.6, doubling that 16.6. So you would be at, that's the wrong sheet. Where am I at? Okay, you would be at .05. So we would, just for round numbers, you could take the .05 and then we had the .01. So you'd be about a .07 adding to your tax rate, this M&O, if you borrowed the money this year. So at .07,
The road would be all.
yeah. Yeah, that's why I just taking a full .5 here, a .05, adding in the .015 from 30% of the 16.6, and that would be the ad valorem supported.
But we would also have to address water and sewer before you even address the road, just in case you had to do anything before, or drainage.
The engineering's got that worked
Yeah.
out. And they've been scouring this thing upside down, not just this road. They're all aspects of it. And that's a point of, do you think the public has an appetite for that? Let's say we put .07 on top of this tax rate, this M&O that we're looking at. What would that be?
So are you
Point-
saying, okay, go ahead.
.27. Point, yeah, 272682. And then add let's just go ahead and take the 16.6, which is, we know what that number is, add .0533 to that, and then add .015 to that. That builds Blue Mountain Road and does the capital project that we're asking for in this project, water and sewer and facilities for. But by far, Blue Mountain Road is the biggest hit. Now, we do have funds that the developers have had to contribute to for the improvement of that. Not a large sum. Now, I'm talking under $1 million.
And can we do ILAs on Blue Mountain Road?
Yes, in fact, we
That's
were
what I was-
talking
that's
with
what I was
Tarrant County yesterday about, and they would like to do Blue Mountain Road.
I guess that's sort of the question. Last year, we actually had the discussion about ILAs and some of those other projects that we could potentially get done also too.
Well, they are. It's the county. I was talking about the Tallahassee extension over to 156, just south of the hub. It's the county who's going to build it. It's huge. I mean, the savings that they have is huge. But while we were in the meeting yesterday, because the county came out here to meet with us, the guy that actually runs the construction out there says, "I'd sure like to build that Blue Mountain Road for you." I go, "Okay, knock yourself out."
So we don't want to reach them.
I guess more my question is not making the decision now to absorb additional dollars to go into debt or anything, but should we start those conversations instead of having 2 to 3 months of having that conversation with our constituents that, hey, we would like to do this, and even if it's a mix between raising and past the 7.799 and also taking on some of the debt, should we start having those conversations now?
Conversations with who?
Citizens, and, you know, basically talk, you know, if we had to go over the 0.799 to take it up, say,
Well-
we're doing this because we want to build the infrastructure of Haslett.
Well, I'm not, okay, so you're still thinking about election. You can do this without an election.
But you can't go over this 0.7, you can't go over 7.99 is what he's saying without action. And I'll tell you, I don't, personally, the people I talk to, I don't know how comfortable they would feel going over that, even though it's going to be road, it's going to be construct. I mean, it's going to help with the traffic. I think that there's so much excitement about the L opening up and Haslett Parkway and the improvements, you know, with that bridge and this bridge, that I don't know if, and especially if we put that much debt on the city, if they would be able to go for that and a higher tax rate. That's just what I think. I don't know what you think.
Okay, I don't think that's what you're asking. Okay, we're not talking about doing that this year, but just having a conversation that this is a possibility, letting people know in the future, and would they be more agreeable to it, just kind of getting them ready to hear this. Okay, right now they would not be, because everybody's screaming about the water and the electric bills and how high Tri-County went up on their bills because of the natural gas going up so high. So right now they're not. However, after school starts, and they've been driving this like in January, then I think that they will be more receptive to hearing about, we might have to have a vote on blue, you know, taxes for Blue Mountain or whatever. And
Whichever
listen to
direction
that.
we want to move forward, you know, again, you know, do we add another 13 million onto the debt over and above the 16 million, you know? No, or do we actually look at taxes? I mean, both things are actually going to be adding, you know. But I just do think that the most of the constituents I've talked to, if you talk to about traffic with them, they do know that we need to do something about traffic here. Whether it's TxDOT, whether it's the city of Haslett, you know.
Building out Blue Mountain isn't going to solve the traffic congestion. The traffic congestion, by doing the L, it gets the industrial traffic is what percentage of traffic traveling through Haslett is huge. Between the warehouse workers and those semi-truck drivers, yeah, I believe 80%. That's going to be a big noticeable relief. And that's coming in 8 months. That'll open up. Also, coming through Haslett is Sendero Ranch commuters. They're taking 156. They will be taking Haslett Parkway intermodal, because that's the quickest route for them. Now, some of them are still going to go Westport Parkway, 156. You know, it's like water flow. It'll seek the path of least resistance. We all do that. But it will be noticeable, very noticeable. Those two projects is about relieving 156 and Blue Mountain. Blue Mountain, it's going to have a big effect on Blue Mountain. But I think, you know, here was the spread. You know, Mike Anderson, you know, he's laying all that out, and he's looking, you know, so he is recommending in 2023, with respect to Blue Mountain Road, that we have, it's a little over $1 million. Well, $100,000 for topo, final, you know, design, full design is $690,000. Once they do that stuff, we could get, you know, start purchasing right away. That's at $510,000. We're allotting for purchasing right away, and it's up and down both sides. The next year, following, that would be the 23-24 timeframe, the continuation of right-of-way purchase. So it's about $1 million allotted for right-of-way purchase. The following year, 24-25, is bidding and start of construction. The 24-25 timeframe, we're looking at, if we follow this, we'd need $8.5 million for Blue Mound Road. Anyway, then
So got pushed.
I pushed it.
Okay.
Then 25-26, it would be $8.9 million. Trying to spread this out, but also taking in, there's a time element to start these things, do these roads, especially got all that right of way to acquire. But there might be other opportunities coming. We will find out, hopefully in a month or so, that there might be a more significant contribution towards Blue Mound Road. Well, it could be sooner, or at least we would have a larger sum of money in that pot that, developers like Wheatgrass or Caraway, any of those folks, Watercrest, for that section, that length that confronts their subdivision, we have them put in the money that builds half that road. So there's sections out there. So we had a choice. Okay, you can build these little sections, or you just put the money in the pot and we'll build the road all at one time so it looks nice.
Yeah. Well, that's also the concern that I have listening to this morning too, was the aspect of we're not looking at Avondale Hazlet piece of Fort Worth building the bridge until 24-25, whereas if we're looking at this building at the same time frame, you're going to be cutting off both Blue Mound and Bond and Avondale Hazlet approximately the same time.
Right, they won't do that.
Who's that?
Just keep. They really try to do a good job of keeping one way open, so while the other one's being built, so that you're not.
When the way you're talking this morning, when we're done with the L and we finish up Hazlet Parkway, we're going to start that bridge around the 24-25 timeframe, which
Right.
that's going to tie up Hazlet Parkway to the other side of Avondale Hazlet at about the same time that we're talking about doing something with Blue Mound. So
You know what? We got about 2 ways in and 2 ways out in Haslett, Texas.
I know.
There aren't too many choices now.
And by that time, you're going to have 900 new homes from Fort Worth on Blue Mound. They're going to be in the process of being built.
And apartments that are being built on 287, they're going to be
Going up.
using Blue Mound.
So, we have control over Blue Mound, but also we can work with COG on when they start but we want that as soon as they can start. They could start yesterday. Go for it. It's huge, that needing to get across those tracks, especially during the school year.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing with the need in that. I'm not
So
disagreeing.
you're concerned about cutting 2 roads or slowing down the traffic of 2 roads. Well,
at the same time, we're seeing some of that right now.
but that would be
and
much of our coordination too. It's under our control.
And we're seeing some of that right now too about what Fort Worth did with the Harmon Road.
Are you proposing something?
No, I'm just trying to bring up. I'm bringing up the ideas that we need to make sure that our engineers are addressing and aware of.
Well, they address how to build the road and design the road. They don't address when. We address when. Just that y'all understand that. We address the when it happens.
Okay, so are you maybe addressing that, bringing up, maybe talking about the 13 million to do Blue Mound Road now prior to getting in the bridge? The need for, well, I think the need was yesterday. And when we see this pushed out to 2027, I'm going like, there's no way we can push it, that's too far.
But if the conversations have already been happening and there's a possibility of an ILA, it could occur
occur
way sooner than that.
way sooner.
It's just, I feel like your concern is that they're not happening in conjunction.
Talking together. And if that's us, that we need to be taking a look at it, because again, we're here, we get the results of Hazlet Parkway. We see that that's going to be done at what did we say, April 2024 or March 2024? That is
Haslett Parkway?
the rest.
Haslett Parkway will be completed in July 2024. The
July.
L will be
Yeah,
completed
is
in
next
8 months
Yeah,
from
next.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, March 31st.
But that's what I'm saying, that last part of Hazlet Parkway, and then driving
Be another
Avondale-
year and a half.
Yeah. And then I don't know, is Fort Worth addressed, Avondale Hazlet going forth?
They start 2 years. They'll start after Haslett Parkway is finished.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's on their books to start in about 2 years.
Because you're going to be going from Hazlet Parkway, I'm just picturing it in my mind as a 4-lane road coming into Hazlet, down to Avondale Hazlet, which is a 2-lane past Sendera Ranch through Fort Worth.
In Northwest, this is from May 7th, 2021, said that they will attempt to mesh the Haslett Parkway widening of Haslett with the project. But it's probably going to be later, like you said. But they're aware of that and are trying to kind of put it together.
When did
This was from the superintendent. I printed off what Ryder Warren said and the transportation director Michael Morris about just working together with BNSF and leaders, and about knowing that's one of the most congested intersections in the district, 156 and Avondale Haslett Road, and it's a multi-year process. So this was, like I said, I think they're talking to each other and coordinating.
You would think they talk to each other. I will tell you something. There's 5 of them, and they're going in 5 different directions.
Well, and remember when Westport was not finished because Denton County thought Tarrant County was doing it, and Tarrant County thought Denton County was doing it, and I was like, oh my goodness, y'all talk, please. So yeah, I know.
Okay,
All of that with timing and everything else like that, that's the reason I said, do we need to address, again, are we going to need to be addressing additional more debt now or next year?
well, it's our choice.
Yeah.
The sooner you get the money, the sooner you can start the process. I'm oversimplifying, but if you had, let's say, we acquired the fund now, I could go tomorrow and book the job with Tarrant County. You have to book the job. You have to commit to it. To commit to it, you need to know. They don't have to have proof of it, but you're on the hook for that money. And if so you need to have it, or know that you're going to. Let's talk about the different vehicles too. Okay, let me ask Marcy. So we took that 0.27 right there. We added about 7 cents to that, round number. That brings it up to about 34. Are we still in legal terms here? We don't need because we just add, this is the governing factor here, right? And this number here has nothing to do with ISS.
Correct, but we wouldn't have debt payment in the coming year. So.
No, I understand that. Let's
Okay.
just pretend that we did.
Okay.
Let's just pretend, okay. Then we take 0.272682, we add another 7 cents to it. That's $34 million, and you're done.
It's based on.
You don't need an election.
Based on
So
the new revenue M&O. So it's based on this number, not this.
Correct.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes, so do y'all see that?
Mhm.
Okay, good. It's only the M&O that's the governing piece.
Mm-hmm.
Also bounded by this over here, the
So then I'm going to ask the secondary question that we asked last year, because we had some ILA projects that we decided we went ahead and put in the budget. We put the project in our budget, but then the ILA came through and we didn't have to do it. I think that's on, would that be the same? Could we do something like that now, thinking about this? And then if they do come back and say, hey, we, under ILA, we will help you with Blue Mound Road, then we wouldn't have to incur that debt.
Run that by again?
I would just say amend your budget.
Amend
They
the
come
budget.
back and say, let's do an ILA and figure out how to.
So I'm just thinking, if we talked, what I'm saying is if we talked about doing this now, adding the, right now, so like you're, just say so, you know, but then they come back, like we're saying, that ILA says we want to help you with Blue Mound Road. So we've protected ourselves, put it in our budget now to get that debt to take care of Blue Mound Road, but if they come back and say it, then we could just amend the budget and reduce, not take that debt article on.
I'm missing something here.
Okay, are you asking to put the project in the budget and up the 16.6 to 2930, whatever it is, and then hopefully before we would get to the point of issuing the debt, we'd find out there was an ILA available, and so we would reduce what we incurred in the debt? We'd have to know that before November for the debt issue that's planned.
So let me ask you this. No, we could go, I don't think there's any issue about Tarrant County doing an ILA to be the construct on Blue Mound Road. It's what you do. You just tell them, yes, we've got it and we're doing it. And they go, okay, fine. And they could probably, they would most likely, I will say, start probably next December. Not this December, but probably. But understand, in between all that, we got a lot of right of way to take care of. We don't know if any of us got to go into condemnation. The developers are going to be more than happy to deal with it, you know. In fact, we got right of way. But all the private property owners, who knows how that turns out. I've had years past success dealing with property owners up and down Blue Mound, like when we had to put in water lines and fire lines and things. But that's more of a, that's an easement. You know, they still have the surface rights. They, you know, they ended up with fire hydrants. Now we're taking their property.
Another thought that I have on that is because it is pretty extensive on the front end, the engineering and the right-of-way acquisition, when you issue debt, you have certain parameters of your spending of the proceeds. So you don't want to issue it too early and then not be able to spend the proceeds, because then you end up in trouble with the IRS. Your non-taxable debt becomes taxable.
Could we then phase it over too and actually?
Let me say this.
Yes.
We can talk to Tarrant County and go, when do you think you could build Blue Mound Road? And then we could also include out there the other side of it. So instead of 13, 3, whatever, maybe it's 15. And if they go, well, we could do this December next year, we could start. Well, you could still, now I don't know about Southwest Security, how they come into play. Let's say we went ahead and got 16.6, and conversation goes, and you know, getting with engineering, can you have this done, all the plans and everything. Now, Tarrant County doesn't have to have set such a detailed plan set as if you were to go out to bid. So that process is a lot smoother, a lot less cost to the engineering side. And say 4 months from now, okay, everything's lined up. We could get a December 23 start on this job, and I don't know, maybe it's 6, 7, 8 month construction project, and it's done. From Harmon Road all the way out to the western city limit. Then you could go, say 6 months from now, after you got that 16.6 CO, you could go back and go, we want to do this again, but we want to add another $17 million.
It would be preferable that those would be in 2 separate calendar years, so that would work. If we did one this November and one next June or later, that would work.
Just separate by calendar year.
Yes, there are certain benefits of doing smaller issues, and they go by calendar,
So
not fiscal.
you can ask for a CO and adopt it. Council on its own board at any point in time.
So is this 16 million considered a small CO?
No, it probably wouldn't, but the 13, especially if we phased it, could possibly be. It's usually around the 10 million mark, but the IRS changes that from time to time. You qualify. You qualify as a small issuer. You get a better tax rate. There's not as many fees from all your attorneys and underwriters and all of that. But 16 million probably would not fall.
So you're saying it's better to do the 16 than go back and ask for the other to avoid complexities and costs.
Yes.
So there's an advantage to not
Yeah.
getting it all in.
Unless you were going to put it all in a bond, but then it wouldn't be a CO and you'd have other fees.
But a bond, that's a GO.
Yeah. and
That
would be
requires
a
an
vote.
election.
Yeah.
That requires an election. I'm not trying to avoid election. Don't take it wrong, okay? It's
But
just
it is a time issue because there's only certain dates you can have elections and that can delay your project.
May and November.
That was basically my first question. Is there a way to actually start something now, thinking next year? To actually talk.
I think
Yeah.
maybe the council should consider this seriously and come to a decision whether you're going to do it or not. With the intent of, let's go ahead and get 16.6 if y'all should so agree to do these other capital projects of water and sewer, the facility. And then 6 months later, or whatever the case is, and we can be in conversation with Tarrant County. Do they have the schedule and the resources for it? And listening to them, that would be most likely a yes to do it within a year, start anyway. Then you could call for a CO at that, to have a council consider a CO at that time. And so then you got the advantage of 2 small debt issues.
Okay, and then that takes it. My questions on the east-west between Hazlet Parkway and Avondale Hazlet and then Blue Mound. You said earlier today that the tech dot's not even looking until around 2030 for FM 156. So we're still not addressing the north-south.
Well, we're not going to build 156.
No. But like I said, we're addressing east-west. We're still going to have an issue, though, north-south, that the constituents are very concerned about is the FM 156.
Well, understand, we are doing our part already. And fortunately, it hasn't cost us any money, is to get the L accelerated, open up in 8 months.
I just keep telling my people, when Hazlet Parkway and the L open up, it's going to help so much. And I really hope it'll deter the trucks and it'll make this better until 156 gets expanded.
That's my next question. I'm sorry, done this morning, you said de-designate the freight corridor, but you still have that coming all the way into
Westport Parkway.
Westport Parkway, which brings it into downtown. There's no way to stop that corridor up at Intermodal.
You got major warehouse on Westport Parkway, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, I just know, like I said, if you either could make it out going that direction, or if you could stop at Intermodal so it's not coming into downtown. Because now trucks can still come all the way down to downtown and then take a left on.
I'm sure Mr. Holden knows this more than I do, but I was reading, I don't know why, a lot about TxDOT and their truck patterns, and you have to provide a truck route that is this equidistance, can't be confusing, can't be any longer, can't be this, can't be that, in order for us to reroute them, correct?
It doesn't have to be, I mean, there's some limits. It's just that can't be, I'm running you 15 miles out of the way.
Can't be
here.
farther, can't
But
be harder.
having to take Westport or Haslet Parkway in lieu of 156, that's about a wash. You know, if you're coming up from the south or even from the north, plus it'd be a faster route. That's going to be 4 lanes. We got 2 lanes here and crowded with all other kinds of drivers. The Haslet Parkway intermodal route, though it's not built, it's already on TxDOT's Texas Freight Corridor map. It's already there. And so that it will be a route to getting rid of the truck traffic is getting this thing designated as a truck route. And that takes folks up higher than the county commission. But when you get them out here and they see it, one of the area's biggest developers is, I talked to him regularly, and he goes, Jerry, I drive 156 about 3 times a week just to remind myself how bad it is. He goes, we have to get the truck off 156 and out of your old. So there's talking with these other people, the other government entities, and the business leaders out here. It's like, I'm all for making money. And I'll tell you what, the logistics industry has made a fortune in and around Haslet, Texas, and we have got not a dime of benefit out of it. Not a dime. Nothing. Amazon's not a benefit. I wish they'd move tomorrow. Did y'all hear me? If they could pack up and leave.
We get money from them, though. I'm just saying.
Last year we paid $750,000 back. That was a bad deal. I know you weren't. I know you weren't. Anybody think you're going to get sales tax off of online sales needs to. But no, that was not a good deal. They're not an advantage, and our sheriffs spend an inordinate amount of time with them and others like them, where they could be patrolling our street. They're not. It's not a good thing. Hear me, world. I tell you, when you deal with it on this end, and people like Katie Potts and all of us together, and you see this firsthand and hear all the stories that happens here every day, that stuff is bad news. There's nothing positive about it. So, all the baggage that comes with something like that, let alone the traffic, and I know you're trying to say something positive about it, and that's good. But I tell you, when you look at all the things that come with it, there's not much positive out of it. So, I'm sorry, I'm venting on Amazon.
Well, when you look at the sheriff's report, you see all the activity that's going on. And so that's where our resources for our policing is happening. not in our neighborhoods where we need them, not on our streets where we need them. I did have, when you talk about the L, and I'm excited about the L being open, but once it opens and they get to 35, what's the traffic going to be like for the trucks going south or the people, the businesses? Because most of the trucks coming through Hazlet down 156 are going to 287 south. And
Well-
will it still be more beneficial for them to come through here versus fighting 35 over there?
They're going to be farther along. They got 8 more months to bring I-35 along. They're not going to slow down on that construction. But, I'm not being curt or anything. There's some things I just can't work. I-35 is going to be whatever I-35 is. All I know is that they'll be much farther along. Will they be finished? That chances is probably no. I don't know what their schedule is on I-35. I have not seen one. And I've asked that question. That was many months ago when we were talking about accelerating this, and I'm sitting here, okay, I'm going to go ask all these people for all this money, to put towards this, and I'm sitting here thinking, okay, we get that thing open, and I-35 is, still a funnel, and it doesn't make any difference whether the L is open or not. And I was concerned about that. I asked that question months ago with TxDOT, and they said, and of course, they're not committal on anything, but they said it'll be much better than what it is now. Because they'll be farther along in their construction.
Same line of questioning. We have that this is the freight corridor route.
Yeah.
Also, we've also heard that this is the hazardous reroute in case something were to happen on I-35. Do we need?
Well, that's one of the things. Well, I don't know that they calls it a hazard reroute. Now, the motivation for the 6 lanes divided originally, see, it was a 4-lane. Then they went to 6 lanes. They went to 6 lanes because they were intending it to be a relief for I-35 in case something happens. Well, I've been talking to them about that, and I've been point blank. Listen, if you need to do a better job on your engineering and design on I-35, then you need to do that. Don't do it on the back of Hazlet, Texas. We do not want I-35 running down through our front yards. We don't want it.
So I'm going to bring this up just because a citizen asked me or suggested this, and I said I never thought about that, and it's kind of brilliant. Since 156 expansion is pushed farther out than we anticipated, he suggested, why couldn't you put roundabouts in, because the trucks can't go on those. And I was like, I never thought of that, because you could put one at Blue Mound intersection, at Bonds Ranch intersection, and then the trucks couldn't go there. I was like, I don't know. Good question.
You would, if this is still designated as a Texas freight corridor, you're not putting in any roundabouts.
Their question to me was, can you suggest that as a possibility, because that would alleviate it. And I was like, I'll ask. I don't know.
Okay, and I'll answer that question. You think it's going to discourage them, the truckers? It's not, because they did that on Westport going east in that new section that they opened up, and they did a roundabout there that opens up over to 170, and those semis are going, and it says snow trucks, and they're going on those roundabouts, and they're tearing up those roundabouts.
They don't care.
Yeah, they're coming that way, and the roundabout makes no difference to them.
They don't care. But TxDOT would not let us put in. They would, see, they'd have to be the one to put it in, and they would not do that. Not on a Texas freight corridor like that. That's designated. So by doing the L, doing the bridge, doing the Keller Hazlet extension, trying to relieve traffic, and primarily that L for the industrial piece right there, and relieving 156, and then we're going to get to see, okay, what kind of traffic's running up and down 156 now? But also being strong on the fact we do not want to be a relief for I-35. In the subject, there's no conversation. And, our state representatives are a resource. Our state senators are a resource. There's industry leaders that are a resource. And, they're human beings. At the end of the day, yeah, they're, captains of their industries, but they're human beings at the end of the day. And when you can bring it home and go, look, most of this road is all residential.
Okay, this is good conversation. Can we get back to what we want to make the tax rate? Possibly. No, it was a really good conversation. I'm serious. But if we bring it up to the 7.99, what will that make the new tax rate?
The new tax rate be 0.296957.
That's taking 3% share of the, that's taking 3% share. Okay, no, that's what it
the
is
total.
today, and
Yeah.
will be for the, for this year.
So if we
Because the
went,
debt we would issue.
yeah, just separate. I'm trying to separate the debt from the what in my mind, because that numbers are not as easy to read for me as letters. But if we're currently at 2.283229 and we go to the highest point we can make it, which is 7.99, it would increase our property taxes to 0.29657. Correct. Okay. That's what I feel comfortable doing, and then we can talk about everything else later. But just knowing that that's what our
And then we
retention
decide
is.
that's about $123
That's what we said about a 123 on
on
a
a
$500,000 house
per year.
per month.
Per month.
I wish it was per year.
Yeah.
Per month.
Per year, it's 1,485. Per year, it's about 1,485.
Yeah, it comes home. It does come home, doesn't it? I'm sitting here recommending this, and I don't want to pay it either. But it's just yeah. But understand, to work our way out of this, you're looking at doing this year over year for the next 7 years.
$1,000 a year increase on, as well as our homeowners increase. So, as well as schools.
Everything else.
I think I need to get my 100% disability from VA.
Now, we can take a different look at this. The other look is, the motivation to keep, increasing that is to acquire cash, to pay cash for some of these things that are coming. The fact is, doing this 7% year over year for the next 7 years, at the end of 10 years, we only end up with $10 million. Now, we still need to do the increases to take care of the additional personnel that are coming on. Alone can't pay for that. Ad valorem has to back that. Huh? Yes, but that's going to level. But we can take a different approach and maybe drop the rate increases to a point if we plan on addressing these capital needs, such as the Blue Mound Road and other projects that are coming with COs, because they have a less of effect on us than what an employees do.
And I would back to this first page. Oh,
I was just going to say, as your debt matures, you can add a piece back in, so it's that the debt piece can stay more level. Instead of letting it go all the way down to almost nothing and then ramping it back up. If you watch as that's maturing and add a little bit back, then your payment is about the same and the tax rate is about.
I like that. And then looking like at this front page, because I looked at this too, we do have a very low tax rate. So, I mean, you go, I mean, I know Grapevines is close to ours. I think was the only one in Westlake we talked about that doesn't count. But I mean, even Justin, is Justin on here? Because Justin's is high. So
Yeah, Justin's on there.
yeah, yeah. So 0.65. I mean, I know no one wants to pay more, but it's still very reasonable in regards to the places around us.
And let's face it, here's the other concern that I have. It's always in the back of my mind. Which, for some reason, I don't know why and how it happened. But Haslett, Texas, the accomplished people, professionals, things that decided to move here, they got nice homes. They're valuable homes. And we got this high valuable property, both in warehousing is to the, that's a benefit. There's a benefit. Those things are low maintenance and high dollar, value as far as ad valorem. There's some value to that. You got to take the traffic with it, but is that we have to maintain our city at a level that is conducive to keeping this environment for the type of homeowner is here. Otherwise, you know what? They will get tired of 6-foot tall Johnson grass and potholes in the road. So that we can keep the value of our community. And let's act like we live here.
And the expectations of our, we expect and our citizens expect.
Yes,
so.
absolutely. And right now, we got a lot of room to go. We got a lot of room we can move and still be under the bar of neighboring cities, and it would make huge improvement to Haslett, Texas. As efficient as these people are that work for us and what they do, to build on that resource of that capability, my gosh. And it gives us more, it gives the councils and councils in the future more opportunities. But here's where it starts. We've got to start going.
So I forget, if we are going to agree upon the recommendation from the mayor at the 7.99, do we wait until Monday's meeting and and then we put it? Okay.
Yes, you will need to have a record vote.
A record vote.
Is that scheduled for Monday?
Record.
I got the calendar right here somewhere.
No,
Oh, that's a month away.
that's a month.
That's a month away.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
you will have to propose the.
Where is my calendar?
It's the beginning.
Oh, it's in my.
Yeah, it's in the beginning of the.
Starts on page 7.
Okay.
We have our special meeting on August 22nd to propose your tax rate. But you will not take a vote on or ratify your tax rate or the budget until September 19th.
So, Marcy,
You will have a hearing. So you propose it so that.
So, Marcy, I have a question. So will the projected fund balance be at the end of next year? 2023?
general
Is it?
fund?
Yeah. Is it a total of? Is it the
Yeah, total
3.6?
surplus, we projected at 3.6.
Okay.
The actual total is 7.2 million. And
That's what it
we're
is now.
reducing by the contingent. And then.
And so we project the 3.6
Yeah.
I
at
do
the
want to
end.
make a point to y'all what our raise was. Historically, we have kept a 3-month reserve for operations in case the world goes south. We have upped that.
I was going to ask about that. So, because I figured 3 months was pretty conservative, but that's not normal. Most people are doing 6 months. So is that the fund balance target
I
at
think even talking
50%?
to Marcy, where she come from, they had a year.
They had a year, okay. Because I always felt that it was very conservative, but we needed to be
You know, if something
more
went
so.
that bad, it lasts longer.
Right, so 6 months. So that's the,
We were a college community. We were a college community, and we also had our own electric utility, which a lot of the lines were overhead. So Oklahoma, tornado, boom, it wasn't going to take a whole lot. So
You know, the other, I mean, one is, I mean, right now, if we could go more, I would go more than 6 months, because, I mean, you know, the staff that we have, they're all great, every one. And it is so hard to find somebody. The last thing you'd want to do if you had some turn down like that affected things is to have to let people go. But you won't find them.
it's a good it's a good increase that can continue to be increased.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's a smart way to do it, so it's not a shock to our to the budget.
The other thing that I'm going to ask in our budget is this year that the American authorized expenditure up to 5% of the contingency fund without council authorization. So there are things like air conditioning, that happened, and allowing to do that, just we don't have to wait. Let's wait for this. It's just to keep operations moving. And you know, anything above 5%, yeah, have to have council.
So 5% of the 500,000.
Yeah, what's our contingency? Okay, yeah, 5%.
Because last year it was 500,000. I think is what one of y'all said. But
it was 508.
Oh, 500. So it's almost 600,000. Okay.
So because it's 10% of our.
Oh, 500. What page? Thanks. 500. Oh, 500,000. But we own.
But so far, we've
Yeah.
only spent 470.
Because
Or
that's-
we still have 470.
That's my question. It was 500,000 last year, and we only spent like $30,000. Why is it going up to 600,000?
Well, we're doing a percentage of the budget.
Oh, 10%.
Contingency is based on the
Okay.
percentage of the budget. Now,
Because I know it changed. What you presented last year, this is not what we adopted. But I don't remember what the presentation was.
you know, this contingency is not anything new because we had it for 9 years here because I instituted it when I became mayor.
Okay.
And it got stopped, I don't
This
know
year.
when.
Yeah, this amount.
But is that, like a construction project, they put 25%, other project, you know, and we don't know what's gonna happen. Now, did we spend much? Well, maybe 10% last year or less.
Currently, we've only spent
I
about
don't know what's gonna
22,000.
happen next year.
You have something on your agenda Monday.
So what's 5%?
So 5%, it's about 30,000, 29 point something, $30,000.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we would report on
So
what occurred.
let's say the air
Absolutely.
conditioning like at the fire station.
So that's
You could
gonna be
go
a
ahead and approve
request
that.
with this budget, is that,
That won't be something that. Well, would that be something separate that
no, it's just when you adopt the budget.
we make that statement as well?
That you have authorization to spend 5% of it per year.
No, not
Oh, no.
per year, is
No,
I-
5% of that for that year.
if I got 5% and there's something happening, come on, here's what I think. Okay, you know, okay,
The air condition.
These
Just
air
say air
conditioners went out. Okay, it's going to cost us $20,000. Okay, that's less than 5%. Okay, go ahead and do it. And then 2 months later, oh, my engine on my truck blew up. That's going to be $10,000. Okay, I can do another 5%. What I got left. Okay? Yeah, go ahead and do it. It keeps things moving. So it's not 5%.
No, well, okay. All right. So now you're at the 5%, which is 30,000. clarify. So if 2 months later, something else and somebody has to be replaced, so can you spend, you can do it again up to the 5% amount? Of the remaining?
Of the
amount?
remaining amount?
The whittling down, yes.
Okay, of the remaining amount.
Has it been an issue with slowing things down, coming to council for approval for these expenditures?
We have to wait, you know, it depends on when in between the meetings it happens.
Right, so I mean, has it,
Yeah, it's happened.
it's happened, and what, like, for what? I mean, do you, just different
Some
things
of
here and
those
there?
air conditioners,
Yeah.
some of the
Yeah,
vehicles.
air conditioner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is just to keep things moving. I would report any expenditure at that count. Absolutely. Okay.
I'm gonna add another mic. So I'll do that tonight just in case, and then
With regard to pedestrian traffic or pedestrian safety and things of that. So we have a plan in there. It's going throughout the entire city, hitting different subdivisions. I've gotten calls, like say in Caraway, we got particular crossings where there's a lot of kids and we need this and we need a stop sign. So we've gone throughout the city and have a plan, and I think it's about 300,000. It's not expensive, but actually doing, putting in signage, and also on 156, do not block subdivision entries, putting a sign on each side, and also striping the road itself. We're talking about don't block this area right here. And to try to do things like that bring to drivers' attention. People live here. And that's going to happen real soon. I've been resolute with the staff in that we're going to have this opportunity to have monies to do these jobs. We have to do the jobs. It's one thing to get the money. It's one thing to get the job done. But they're all resolute on it. We'll get the jobs done.
And I'll just bring up something you and I have discussed also too, is the aspect of, unfortunately, we've lost 2 lives in the last 6 months. Whatever the circumstances were, what drove it and stuff like that, the life was lost in almost the same area. Are we having a study done, or is there anything? There's several different avenues that getting past this budget, I'm going to say, gives me time.
Is this the Schoolhouse Road? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, the ones that on Schoolhouse Road.
On Schoolhouse Road?
Well, not Schoolhouse Road, 156.
156 across from the Shell station.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I thought it happened on Schoolhouse Road. The elderly lady that passed away. She was...
From a car wreck?
Yes, because...
I wasn't aware of that one.
That's the first one I'd heard of, is that she was on Schoolhouse Road, and...
How long ago?
6 months ago.
Well, there was the one about 6 months ago, but it was coming off of Schoolhouse
Off of Schoolhouse
She was
Road
off of
to
Schoolhouse
156.
Road.
On
On
to
156.
156.
Yeah.
And
They
then
came
the other
down
one
off the
was on
rise.
the bridge.
Okay. And that must be the one I'm talking about then,
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
she was
that.
off of Schoolhouse Road.
And then the one
Okay.
on the bridge.
And the transportation code, which TxDOT's under, it states if your city, if you got a road, a TxDOT road, highway, whatever it is, going through your city, and your city is designated as urban, you have the same authority as TxDOT Commission to regulate the speed limit on that road. And you can go down to 35 miles. Now, trying to find out because every time, I go on U.S. Census to get that, are we urban? Are we rural? What are we? It's nowhere to be found. So I'll be calling now that, next week I'll have some time. U.S. Census Bureau, I have got to find out what is our designation.
Because I read that too. I didn't read the urban part, but it said that yes, as a city municipality, we can dictate our speed limit in our city limits. But there was a process, huge process, and they had to have TxDOT come in to engineering work and study work and this work and that.
There's
work.
a lot of guidelines, and let's say you're not urban. Then the other aspect would be, okay, I got so many driveways 100 feet apart for a quarter of a mile. Then, okay, if I got that situation, then yeah, you can have drop since the TxDOT.
But is it true though, it's still a proposal and that they're the ultimate determinant whether they accept it or not?
In that situation, but it states
so yes.
explicitly, if we are urban, and that road's going through a urban designated area, that municipality has the same authority as the Transportation Commission, which is above Texas. set that speed. Now, they might, they could kick and scream. Well, we need to understand, TxDOT's role in life is the movement of goods and services, not creating particularly slow-moving, corridors. Here, we looking at lowering the speed limit to 35 miles an hour, and for that length of road, it's 55 miles an hour. You know what the additional travel time is? It's 22 seconds. Yeah, it's nothing.
It said it depended on how many your lights and your intersections, but yeah, I had 18 seconds.
Yeah. So,
But I don't know. Well, I know this is not even on here, so I don't.
But that would
I'll keep going.
change
Is
the
it
whole
from
character of
27
Haskell.
to, is it the entire, or is it 45 to 35, or is it everything to 35?
It would be everything from Main Street, Westport Parkway, to our southern city limits.
So no 55. So everything.
No 55. Everything's
Everything to 35, not the
35 miles
45 to
an hour.
35.
Right. I'm out there on the 55 section. I'm right. You know where I live. And every Wednesday I got to take my trash out. And so, how comfortable it is standing there just feet away from a semi truck doing 55 or 60 miles an hour? It's not.
I can tell you yesterday, trying to get out about 4:30 in the afternoon to take a left to go to Hazlet. Say I want, come into Hazlet.
Mike?
I could not. I sat and waited. All the traffic went south. Right about that same time, all the traffic went north. I had no way to, I waited there for about 5 minutes before I could actually take a left-hand
Slowing
turn.
it down. You got two of them coming 55 miles an hour each way. That gap you're trying to shoot has a closure rate of 110 miles an hour. 35 miles an hour, it's a 70 mile an hour closure gap. It's a huge amount of time difference in your decision making and your human response time to be able to negotiate things like that. And that's why some of these people have got in wrecks and killed. They're trying to shoot a gap. They've been sitting there for 5 minutes. And, okay, I got to go. And they nail it and misjudged it. I truly believe that's what happened with that lady. So it is, the other aspect is a thing that I'll be doing here in the very near future is we have schools on 156. It's getting school zones for those people. Now,
I guess that's sort of my
Heritage
question.
Baptist Church is one of them.
Baptist Church, yeah, it's cool there.
But that's
The
what I was,
daycares is preschool.
do we need to address the signage in here in this year's budget? That's sort of where my question was going.
We have it covered in that safety, marking, signage, and safety. And then also we would, anything like that, we would have it in our contingency.
I know we only have, 50 minutes left. So what's our next step? Like, is it to go through the questions we have with the budget as it's proposed now? Or how do you want us to move forward with the best use of our time for today?
Okay, if you have questions on the budget, something you want to change, or you have question of, let's go ahead and have them now. If you'd like to take care of it today, then we can do that, or we can reconvene tomorrow morning.
I was just thinking of last year, how we looked at the summary pages and actually walked through the summary and walked through this at least in a.
Is that something you want to do?
I'm just wondering if that, that way, if nothing else, you already have the questions. You may not have questions, but if they walk through the summary page, it might entice you to have more questions.
Would you like to do that?
I think I enjoyed how we did that last year.
I'm hearing you would like to do that.
Yes.
Okay. Y'all just tell me what you would like to do.
Pages, and then address questions for that.
Yeah.
All right. Marcy, first summary page.
I'm going to start with the overall budget summary, page 15.
Okay.
Overall budget summary on page 15. This is for the general fund, and it's just basically showing that we start off with a projected balance for 2023, beginning balance of $9.2 million. I guess I could go through some of the projections for the current fiscal year if we need to. Okay.
Yeah, you can hit the highlights.
Okay,
Yeah.
so start off with the projected beginning balance, 9.2. We have our revenues listed out by their categories there. I will mention that the items that are in yellow, property tax, the property tax grant to Amazon, and the city portion of the TERS, those will change based on your tax rate that you've determined today, because those are calculated using that tax rate. So those three numbers will be adjusted accordingly, going up to the 7.99% tax rate increase. So we have 6.3 million projected for revenues for next year. We have these transfers from A and B. These are just transfers that have been historic as long as I've been here, and they're just to cover some of our administration costs and things like that for A and B. Then we have about 5.9 in expenditures for all the different departments. I would just kind of point out we do have some new categories here. Code enforcement used to be a part of planning, and now we're breaking those activities out into their own department. And then also in the engineering and planning contracted, that is for both the Belchef and Bureau Veritas expenditures. Once again, we're showing $429,000 in the current year. We're narrowing that down in the way they do their billing and everything to more accurately determine the project pieces versus the water and sewer piece versus general fund, and then plus getting everything they kind of were behind the gun, or behind the curve when they first took over.
Yeah.
Now they're got everything going forward. We know where we are, and so some of that is going to just decrease because the number of projects.
Well, actually, a lot of it you'll see a tremendous decrease on the general fund side, because
Yes.
we've been working for months, identifying what engineering thing do you have to do, the water and sewer study, this, that, design of Blue Mountain Road, things like that, and give it a project in this budget so we can bill against that. They've given us, okay, here's our proposal, here's what we think it's going to cost. We've got that in here, and then we'll bill in there. So that helps.
In our actuals from this last year, though, too, we saw where we went, where the salary was being offset from where we had also, too.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Hey, I have a question. I just want to be clear. Okay, where you have it here on the expenditures, engineering and planning contracted, so that 139,000, are the individual projects for water and sewer incorporated in that 139,000?
No, this would just be the general fund piece.
The general fund piece.
Yes.
And so
water
I would
and
have to
sewer.
look at the water, sewer, and the others for their engineering and put because I would really like a number on engineering plan.
Yes.
To see
Okay,
if
I want to make a note, the engineering and planning are two completely different activities, but only because they were their contract.
Right.
Where they combined here, that was for sake of account.
But I just want a comparison.
And transparency for someone to be able to look and see, okay, this is what we spent on this is what we spent on this. I agree.
Yeah.
Most of the engineering going forward, the majority of the cost of it is going to be in the capital projects, in the 16.6 million that we're approving, and not to say we can't get you the total, but it will be recorded there because once that project is done, it goes on our books as an asset. So we do want the engineering to be a piece of that. So at any time, we can run a report that just shows in total what we've spent with Bureau Veritas, in total what we spent with Belchev. We can run that report based on the general ledger account that we use. So going forward, now that we've got everything,
And how it's distributed.
yes.
I want to
and
give
we
you
can
all an
just-
example. If you'll look on this second page here, just as an example, you see all these different projects that have been identified. We've worked hard to get everything on the table that we can think of. But you'll see on here, preliminary and final design, X amount of dollars. It's in there. If we've taken that project, it's broke out like that. So that's where you'll go to find out and see how much was spent on there. Instead of like this last year, even though but you saw, it's $500,000 in engineering. Well, even though every month we went through an exercise, okay, it goes to this project, this project, this project, there was no project. And no one communicated, or that person didn't. And here it is showing this big lump right here. Well, taking this method here, it incorporates all that engineering. Here it is. And that's how it'll be accounted for. Project specific.
Do we know it's project specific, but also some of that we get repaid for? We could possibly transfer some of those costs to some people too. So,
Yes. Yes, if if there's
Yeah.
participation through an ILA or
Yeah.
by a developer or anything, we
Yeah,
know
but
what the
we have
total
a
cost
specific
is.
line item we can do the accounting before we didn't.
Right.
But you could offer us a quarterly or a mid-year update on
Yes.
expenditures.
Yes. Okay, so that's the expenditures, and then so our fund balance effect, our operating, for those of you in private that aren't used to seeing these categories, the fund balance effect, the increase decrease, that is basically our net operating income, $412,775. On the projected year, the columns in the blue, I did show the transfers in for project 2025 from A and B, and then also the expenditure for the purchase in that column, just so that they show up, but they're not part of operating. They're, but they weren't actually one of our approved capital projects at the beginning of the year. That's why I broke it out that way. Transfers out. All of the projects that the capital projects that are being funded through reserves that are back in your on page 316, where we show how everything's being funded. This is the projects that were going to be funded in part by the general fund. This is where the transfers are being made to. Fund 19 is where we do what we call our general fund capital projects. Fund 30, that was in the current year, that was the $781,000. That was what we transferred for Atmos to relocate their lines. The $100,000 going forward is for the construction engineering for Hazlitt Parkway. There's still a little bit left on that. Facilities, CO 2022, that would be the transfer in for the general fund piece. If we do those facilities, there's some things that we were going to transfer into that fund. And then Parks Board, that's the normal 62.4. The Parks Board matching is the 6,800. We do that for the Parks Board and the library. That's the dollar that people contribute on the utility bill. They contribute, we match it from the general fund. So we're projecting, well, as the mayor said earlier, we are going to reserve 6 months in our fund balance target. And so that leaves a surplus in the general fund of 3.693. So we'll move into the revenues on beginning on page 17. This is just a little more detailed look at the revenues you saw on the page before. One of the items that I have noted that will change on here is the second from the bottom line, that 4775 gas well pipeline. We had talked earlier on the expenditure side, if Belchef doing these inspections now, that number will go down. This number will also go down because it's basically a wash. We bill those out. I'll be changing that number. All the other revenues, I think, are pretty self-explanatory.
Before you move on 17, and you already said, I think, that sales tax and permits are being conservative with our estimations, just because who knows what, if it's going to continue the upward trend. Okay, just confirm.
Yes, we made those estimates, and then we double-checked them with the mayor's long-term outlook, and they were pretty much on track, and so that's how we arrived at those numbers. Okay, page 19 is administration. Most of the changes in this department are due to not having an actual employee that's a city administrator. We still have some salaries and things in here for the executive assistant when they come on board, and then some of the other expenses for legal and travel and training for the mayor. Our liability and property insurance portion of it goes in here, but that's just basically the general expenses for the mayor. On page
I guess question, go back to 19.2. I know we haven't hired for that executive or that, but I saw that we're going all the way down to 49,000 on salaries. Is there, we're not planning on?
Say it again.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I'm looking at the very top salaries of personnel under the Department of Administration.
Right.
And what's the question about?
The executive assistant, that's the salary piece. There is an overtime piece
But
on the next line.
Yeah, I did the executive assistant. I didn't see anything. You know, is that the executive assistant salary?
Yes.
I guess I'm just, you know. Okay.
Yes, I guess I could have dropped it down a line. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. On page 29, the city secretary department. Most of the changes that were in this department, there were some things that were IT related that because when Diana was here, she did pretty much all of our IT. So there are a lot of things that have been reduced or eliminated from this budget have moved to IT. There is, let's see, Shannon's here. I don't know if she has anything specific she'd like to say, but most the salary pieces are just a function of all of those expenses we have. She has upped her election expense. We've just been seeing that kind of increase, and so not knowing how many elections we may end up having, and we've bumped that up a little bit. Records retention. Shannon's working a lot on getting a lot of our records organized, and so some of that is with that. The codification of ordinances, this has been bumped up, but I think she may want to speak to that.
I want to speak to that, if everybody can hear me. I'm trying to get close enough. The mayor and I were discussing our codification, and we have requested a proposal from Franklin Codification Services, who does our current codification. And our codification is 17 years old, and it's time to update and go through and get a legal review. And we got a proposal back at $12,395 for them to do a legal review, get us more updated. And the mayor and I wanted to talk to you guys about that today, but it's not in this. It's $12,395.
I would like for y'all to go, if you would, is let's go ahead and make that change in this budget here and include it, or I can just plan on mentioning it out of, it's codification.
Yeah. Yeah, it does, yeah.
I believe it would help us with a lot of our outdated ordinances and that we have been trying to clean up anyway, and we all know that some of them are really outdated, so that would help.
Yeah. So we're adding 12,000.
So instead of the 4,000, it would be 12,000?
12,395
Plus 4.
plus
Oh,
4.
plus the 4, so
Yes.
16,000.
Yes.
Page 29, 16,395.
395.
I guess something that's always near and dear to my heart, also asking, make sure, Shannon, is, I noticed you have the 2 different people on the employee insurance, but have you guys verified that insurance and everything is not, because I know goes up every single year. For Marcy.
On insurance. I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Page 33.
Page 33. What is your question?
Employee insurance, I know that goes up almost every single year. I noticed you put for 2 different employees here now, looks like.
It's one employee.
One
It
employee.
looks like it's fiscal year 2021 and 2021-22. Got the history in here.
Yeah, I'm just, like I said, I know that goes up every single year. So
Yes,
as
and
I've been,
we have budgeted for it to go up. I believe it was 10%. We haven't gotten our quotes in yet. We probably won't get those in until October. So they went up quite a bit last year. So we kind of put in 10%. There is just one employee though. Yeah, the first column is showing what it was this year, and the second column is showing what it'll be next year. There's just one employee each year. Does that make sense?
On page 39, we had talked about, Karen, TML. So the TML conference and travel, that looks like it's been taken off. Is that somewhere else? You said a lot of things had moved.
Let's see. Some of these, the Metroport, some of these things, they've been budgeted, but no one's attended. The TML conferences and travel and Arts Council. I'm not sure why we reduced that.
Is that where maybe we could put back in
Where's
half
that
of
at?
it?
Page
Which one?
39,
I know it's page, we're at on page 39.
right here in this top box right here.
Okay, and which item?
TML conferences and then the Arts Council.
Well, I got
I'm
TML
okay
conferences,
with Arts Council going away. I mean, I love the art.
conferences and travel.
Mm-hmm. And this is part of the mayor's outreach and training, some of the council, mayor and council.
And is someone planning to go on the TML conference?
I know Hector and myself went last year. I don't think anyone went this year. Did you go?
Yes, you went.
Anybody planning on going this coming fiscal year?
It's been a while. It's been a while. We were just talking about it's good to have to go again and get caught up on the different
Is that the, okay,
things. So.
is this the annual conference or any conference? Because I know that
If you're talking about the annual conference, that's really just for new council members, like the one that I went to. So if you went to that, you're not going to really get caught up on anything. But then there's other conferences that they have, like I think there's one coming up. So not the annual one like I went to that's new, but there are other
Councilmember Boros,
council, yeah.
You know, if you
you
want to
went
really
to a
get caught
training
up on
workshop.
something,
The annual conference is what's coming up in October, and that's the
okay.
deadline to pay for is
Okay. There you
today.
go. That is, yeah.
if you want to get caught up on something, I'll say, let's call it training. And is that we can, outside of our contracted legal, our attorney. They do courses and things of that nature. Is that we could spend our training fees on specific subjects and have them give it to us.
We also get it on the email, from the TML and that, the changes and that type of thing too. But sometimes it's just, I don't read every single one of those of how,
If there are topics,
yeah.
if we want to put something in here for that kind of training, to me, the TML is kind of a mixed bag. It's as much a social event as it is training. And that's my opinion.
I would agree with that. Every conference and clinic, I'm the type of person that goes to the sessions and takes notes and listens. But yes, I know every clinic and training that is out there could definitely be a social event.
But do y'all have any, now's a good time, do y'all have any subject areas you'd like specific and some in-depth training of?
I think the Open Meetings Act could be a good refresher for some people, or myself included. And what else?
What I like to hear is the changes. Yeah, the changes that are happening, or what
Changes
the
in legislation.
Yeah,
The
legislation.
legislature that has effect on
Yes.
municipalities.
Yes.
And those are done, I believe, quarterly through TML, their legislative updates. And they change locations throughout every year.
This can stay off. We were talking about TML and training, and then when I saw that it was removed, I don't know if there's another area or somewhere that still allows for training and availability to say, professional development.
Well, if you're interested in that, we're going for next year since it's happening now. Oh, I know, but this is for the coming year. So if you're interested in going to the annual one or something, then it would need to be in the budget for this year. I don't know what the
For
cost
next
is. Yeah, if you want to go for next year, but we have to put it in for the budget.
The annual conferences are held usually in October, so you have to pay the prior year. Because you have to do it so far in advance to get your registration.
So we wouldn't have to have it in the budget item this. So do we know what the cost is of that?
It's usually $600 to $900 per person, and then you have to pay for your hotel and lodging.
Okay, so I'm thinking if we had a representative, everybody doesn't need to go. If we had enough for one representative so they can go to stay up on what's going and make connections with other municipalities. I don't know, what do you think? Put 2,000 in? Or something like that?
Just put the 4,000 back in.
4,000?
You don't know what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what it was? 4,000?
And also, if you don't send somebody to the annual conference, you could see some of the training sessions come up, the legislative updates or whatnot, and use that.
I like the idea that the mayor has is utilizing our lawyers, give us all the training.
I'm thinking that, the dollar value of it, and you get very specialized training. I've been to a lot of conference stuff, not TML, I'm not referring to them, but, with regard to professions and things like that, it's a different thing than when you're sitting in a different training, very focused, and it's perfect.
So could we just have for training, and then it would include TML and the lawyer, and keep the 4,000 in for that?
Take out TML and just say
TML,
conferences
just
and
put-
travel.
Just training.
Or conferences and travel.
training.
Conference, travel, and training.
Well, let me propose this then. TML, it's just training. Let's just call it training wherever it's at, but it's to, and $1,000 a person, to make it $6,000. Got to budget your. what's that, campground that's all around, you know?
KOA.
KOA. Yeah,
KOA
you can go
campground.
down there, but you gotta stay at the KOA. All right, $6,000.
We can, but I do have, Kurt had sent me, most of his changes are due to his new firefighters, and I need to add $543 to his budget to cover some certification renewals for the new firefighters. So I'll be adding that to his membership line, which is on.
We didn't have any additional cost over that radio station or anything. It was the one time just this year. Okay.
On opening night, I do have it. It's scheduled, it's, no, it's the council quartet, so I just, which one of these things? I'm excited to get this thing on.
Okay, it'll be on page 55, his membership line. I'll be adding $543. Yes.
No, you'll get new ones, we promise.
Don't apologize for being left-handed, because I am too. Okay, so there are no questions on fire then. We will move to street.
I guess I do have a question on fire, and it's maybe not for this budget session, but I do notice, you know, again, I know we got a new truck here not too long ago. We got the new truck this last year. Everything's been planned out, though, for things that they would need, you know, long-term.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
We're talking about accessories for the truck.
Well, that, or like if there's another vehicle that's wearing down that they expect to be looking at here.
It's already in the budget.
It's in the budget, okay.
It's in the budget. That one happens to be for building service, and it's in the budget for the. Well, no, actually, it's for public works. We upped it to $50,000 to take care of the outfitting of it. So it's in the budget.
Fire, he didn't ask for a vehicle this year, but he will ask when. Yes.
Okay, I also have a question on fire. We approved the funds for the air conditioning replacement, and at that time, he was going to investigate looking at maybe replacing them all at one time to save cost. And so did that ever happen?
No.
Do we need to plug in for that, or are we just going to replace them as it goes?
I would say that it'd be a pure guess right now. Now, the three that we have in there that's the three on his bill. I replaced. So the fire station takes care of it. We've had to go through replacements on this building and the library during this last year. So it's just, reacting to it. I'll say this along with the budget. This coming year, we have an extensive asset. And we're going to take advantage of it, never has been, we'll be, and there's probably any audit, but also develop an asset placement program so we can schedule that in with our budget so these things don't come up as a surprise. You got a 20-year-old air conditioner out there, you replace it now. You schedule it in. So it's just not a surprise. But that goes for vehicles, equipment, all of that, which, this type of use, there's well identified service life that we can apply, and it'll help us in our budget going. one of our items on this year's work list.
Okay, street on page 63, I think the only thing that's really changed on the street budget, they've added a little bit more in for equipment rental. And then on the electricity, all the new neighborhoods have additional street lighting, and so that's to cover the additional electricity to keep those going. Parks budget. They've got some additional R&M in the community park, and I'm sure that I can tell you what that's for.
Because of the tennis courts and the
I think,
that do we need I just noticed that the electricity and that type of thing, or they're not going to have anything out there for the tennis courts. The new,
There's
So-
lighting
Yeah.
in that project.
Yeah, there is lighting.
is there lighting in the project? Okay, but the paid for the electricity, I see that it was, you know, what our projected year end right now is 11,000. We're only asking for.
But it won't be completed probably until
Yeah,
the
probably
next
not.
budget.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've got the park crew leader, and we've got 2 new employees. We don't charge any employees to street, so the park and street public works employees and the park leader would all be going in here. We also,
Doubling, more than doubling.
yes, I do. I will have to double check that with my spreadsheet.
I have a question,
Right.
and thank you for pointing this out. On 69, 5 full-time, we had 202 last year. And they're all getting, everybody's getting base rate.
Right. I'm
And
not
why
sure
did
what's
that
going on
decrease?
there.
So let's check that out.
Yeah, I'll check that one out.
Yeah, 6%. Yes, I recommended 6% to everybody across the board because acknowledging the high inflation that has occurred, and we got some good employees. We have to acknowledge that, and we have to keep them. We're in stiff competition with other cities and businesses.
I guess that's a question that I would have. I know you did a market-based research last year to try to bring them up because we haven't addressed it for so many long.
Right.
But I know that most all companies right now are right in the midst of doing market-based research again. I know hospitals for the first time in 10 years are addressing this because of this 8.5% and 9% inflation. So I don't know, I know we just did it, but it was before this happened. Do we need to look at that again?
We will, and it's on our list. I mentioned this morning. Our people are our greatest, we have resources. People here that they get the job done, and when we have good people, we have to be mindful of that and attend it. It's just hard to find someone, and it's extra hard to find.
Okay, so in Parks, I'll be checking the salary items. Are there any other questions that you have about Parks? Municipal Court on page 77. Most of the increases here are due to salary items. Some of their office supplies and things are going down, but some of them are going up. Some of the computer software that we have upgrades and different things on our software, so that's going up. Legal services will go down based on the new prosecutor, and the judge is a fixed contract that hasn't changed for many years. And their travel and training, both of them are on certification tracks. So that's their continuing education.
I guess once again, I'm going to ask, because I noticed it on this one too, just now, is I see, Medicare has gone up, but everything else is going down. Like, that's hard for me to. Now, if we're projected year ends at 1,254, yet we're looking at,
some of the insurance did go down based on what we budgeted last year didn't come about. We budgeted quite a bit. I think we budgeted 15 or 18% for that to increase, and it didn't.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but on the other side, it was doubling. So some of it should go down, and that disability and it has disability and AD&D in there. It didn't go up to the.
And is it fair to say that a lot of these weren't hard quotes?
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Estimate it.
Yeah, we estimated, and then.
And on the expenses, we'll estimate.
Right.
High end revenues on the low end, and hope we come out good.
Okay. Talking about municipal court, so I kind of have a question. When I go back and look at the revenue for fines and forfeitures, is that kind of supposed to cover these costs for the municipal court?
It'd be nice if they did.
Okay, yes. So I noticed, in 2017, it was like 314,000 revenue, and now we're only budgeting 140,000 this year. So we're at a deficit on our municipal court. We're losing money. So, what are we going to do about that?
I can speak with the judge and tell him I want more conviction.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, what is the change or what? Okay.
The first initial change happened during the pandemic, when they weren't stopping as many people for anything traffic related. So that kind of started the downhill on that. Part of the other issue that we have are just the number of tickets being written, because they're being called to do other things rather than traffic. And so the traffic count is down. We still have a lot of things going on in court. It's just not necessarily showing up in the revenues.
Okay, so with the hiring of 2 new sheriffs to monitor the traffic, possibly this revenue could increase this next year?
You know what? Here's my viewpoint of the sheriff. I would not count any revenue. It is a pure expense. You're doing it for safety and security. It's just the cost of living together. And to try to estimate what revenue would be from that would just, Lord, it's spin the box. Who knows? And so I would not count any revenue towards it.
Okay, so I'm just thinking that it should pay for itself. I don't know, that's just me, but I could be wrong. This could be just the
It's
service
a
that we
function
do.
of writing tickets.
Okay, no. Okay, I understand that, but I just am thinking that the municipal court cost should be paid for. It should even out. It's not to make money, but it's to, we need to at least cover these costs somehow. And if we, well, like 60,000, 70,000. And so is it, is that just a service that we do that costs the city? If we're not going to get the revenue from it, I just think that
Well,
the revenue, it should be covered.
Let me ask you this, okay? And I'm just thinking out loud. So what are the sources of revenue for the court? If someone has a grass ordinance violation, they come to court, I'm sure the first time, couple, whatever, they'll just probably, you touch grass. You're going to touch it, or you'll face a fine. It might go, that probably goes. I'll say this, our prosecutor has a lot of jurisdiction on whether they prosecute the case or not. I've seen traffic tickets get dismissed for different reasons. Okay, but they're still court. It is a function that we have to perform. So what are the other sources of revenue? The primary source, I guess, has, in the past, some cities around here have the reputation. They survive on traffic tickets. But we're not one of them. There's a lot of, I am not going to, I can tell you, I am not going to tell a sheriff deputy out there, you better come back and have 10 tickets. That's putting a quota on tickets. That's against the law. And I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, shouldn't it be covered? And if not, if it's just going to be for service, okay, it's just be for service. But as far as budgeting purposes, I'm just saying I feel like the municipal court cost should be covered by any fees. I don't know. But if not, if I'm wrong, I think in the past it has been, it looks like, and more than covered. The fees more than covered the municipal court. Now it's flipped.
But that was all coincident to a period of time when they were writing a large amount of traffic tickets.
I think you answered your own question, basically on the aspect of we are having the sheriffs. We are going to be getting 2 additional sheriffs. We don't know what that's going to bring, the impact of what that's going to bring. We don't know if we're going to have additional problems up around 170.
We don't know.
We don't know. So could it? Yes.
I look at it,
we want it to. Do we want it to?
I look at it, it'd be nice if it did. Absolutely. It would be nice. It would be nice, but there are many things that we do that we, it's the cost of just being a city.
Do we have the new Tarrant County Sheriff Officer's contract proposal with just what we have now?
We have what we have now.
So
I've been talking with them for a couple months.
Because I know last year we didn't have it for budget either. So we do not have what they would charge us if we left everything the same. We don't know what that cost is yet.
No, we built in a cost.
We built it in, but we don't have it from them yet.
That's right.
Okay. And is there going to be, well, I know it's almost time. Is there discussion tomorrow about the benefits of 1 versus 2? I mean, are they going to have an idea of what would be more beneficial for our city, what they're prepared to send us? I mean, we'll just talk about that when we get to that tomorrow, I guess.
Are we meeting tomorrow?
Oh, I thought we were.
I'm asking. Okay, all right. So they're not giving a proposal. Well, they're not making, we've studied your traffic situation. We like You know, they cringe when people say, "I want 2 more of you out here." Well, you know, we ain't got enough we're stretched thin now. What are you talking about, 2 more? Should something happen where they get employees, we've got it budgeted, pay for it, and take advantage of it if we should get there. That's what this budget is. Now, the advantages of 1 or 2. 1, what I proposed to them was, okay, we got 2 24/7 365. Okay, they're the primary people. You know, they'll start out by, okay, they're traffic. Anytime there's anything above a traffic thing is priority. Anything. And they respond to that. And anything can happen to take them out of town because they arrested somebody or something of that nature for over a half a day or more. So I told them, here's what I'm interested in. Those 2 folks, those 2 24/7 people, that's what they focus on, is those priorities. We want 2 people during like 8 to 5, something like that in that time range, or whatever, if they're going to 10-hour days, you know, is to focus on traffic. Let those other people take care of the priority costs. We need you to focus on traffic. And that, okay, you know, something happens and they have to go a priority call, fine, we understand that. But your primary response, your focus here for these folks is traffic. And I didn't get any pushback on it. Did I get any agreement out of it? I don't expect them to agree with it. Do they come out here and study our situation? That answer is no. They don't come in and assess the city. It's just, what do you want? Okay, well, at some point in time, we have to understand, what do we want? Well, what we want, what I hear is, we want traffic control. Okay, we'll get traffic control. Do we need to pay another $750,000 a year to have 24/7 traffic control? No, we don't. Don't need it on Sunday. 10 o'clock to 5 in the morning, really calm out here. Oh, on John Day Road. Okay, part of, we got some speed reduction elements we're going to put in. Nonetheless. So to answer your question, okay, I've already spoke with them. Their administrative side is I am waiting on their new agreement to incorporate. We would have 4 of them, 2 24/7s and 2 of them 5 days a week. 1 a shift, a day. And why we need 2? They always need a partner. I mean, I don't want them riding in the same car. I want it to separate cars, but there need to be 2. And the size and the amount of traffic that we need the 2. All right. So we had to do our best. I gotten wind on, they got pay raises. I estimated the pay raises, incorporated that, the cost of the car, and all the other things that go with it, and we put in a number to cover those 2 additional people 5 days. I hope we're close. We should be.
No, they're not. So are we going to stop at the library? Is that where we're pausing today? It was till 4, wasn't it? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
just to, Corporal Dow used to be one of the police officers up here and stuff. I now talk to him every single Sunday and stuff. In fact, he ended up having to go, he was part of that big shootout over there in Pecan Acres, here about a month ago, because he was the one that served the warrant on him. But again, and he's got some good ideas and everything too, but I've usually been trying to talk to Mayor Holsey about that, how to entice people, because again, that's the biggest, he hit right on the key. The biggest key is getting the people. Right now, you're in a non-police environment, that why do they even want to come, when people don't want them there?
I'll tell you one
but,
of the things I
there's-
wish I want us to consider is what can we do as a community, as a city, to help advertise for sheriff's deputy. And here's why I'm saying. You go look at that sign sitting at the fire department. It looks like, come work at UPS. It looks like a UPS sign. And I'm going, man, well, that sure is attractive. I think we can help them out. And there are times when entities like that need some help. And we don't have to wait for them to ask. They're not going to ask. I think I'm going to have a conversation with them and say, we're going to recruit for you, but if I recruit a deputy, he gets assigned.
And I guess that's part of it too, is, the key is what's going to drive someone want to work in Haslett, because that's the problem. The issue that Corporal Dow says right now is they got to go to Lake Worth, go pick up their car, get their car, come all the way come all the way over here,
And he's
drop off the car at Lake Worth again, then go home.
That's his prerogative to have them do that. I know I've been told that typically police officers will go in for no, it's called, there's a name for it. Anyway, you go in there and get inspected and the briefing and things like that. There's a name for it. But the one for the Haslett officers, they're not part of the big group because they're just working Haslett. Their briefing takes 5 minutes. So I propose, well, why don't you do it teleconference in our fire station? Why don't you park the cars out here? We'll build you a secure area. We'll put cameras on that baby. And Tim Kaine, that's his prerogative. But eventually, but if we can show him, listen, we'll help recruit them. But get something more attractive than the work at UPS sign out there. How about be a deputy sheriff? Instead of come join our team and sheriff deputies in Little Print. And I talked to these officers, they go, yeah. They don't have a very good marketing department. Let me have a motion to adjourn, please.
Mayor Holsey, I make a motion to adjourn.
All in second?
Mayor Halsey, I second.
Is all in favor?
Aye.
Let's adjourn.